Welcome to our City of Merritt regular meeting of council held Tuesday, September 20th, 2022, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I want to begin by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territories of the Inklikatmuks and Syilx people. And I also want to introduce our new Director of Planning and Development Services, Lacey McCrae-Williams. Welcome to our team. She's been here since September 6th. Yes. And I just want to recognize that the death of the Queen, the fact that she had a 90-year legacy, and we mourn her for who she was. And we'll move on to, oh, no, I've got one more. I want to move item 9.4 to presentation. There is no, which would be item number 6.2. It's our TNRD planner. She's providing documentation for us, but she's not asking for a resolution. So I've decided to put her as a presentation. She's on Zoom. Sorry, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Worship. Regina Sidilkova from the TNRD will be presenting the item on the regional planning, and so we're asking that she would be item 6.2 as essentially an external body, and to try to make the agenda move slightly more efficiently. We would then request a resolution from Council to join the programme, if you would like, at the when we get to that point in the agenda item, which is 9.4.
9.4.
It's right at the end, yeah.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll go back to it again at 9.4. Thank you. So there are no late items. Moves us to number 3, public input. And we have one person, Ginny Prowal. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Ginny Prowal. I live at 2070 Aspen Street. I just wanted to make a final comment. I wanted to thank the Legion for the short service that they held at the Cenotaph on Monday to recognize the passing of our Queen and the passing the baton on to King Charles. It was disappointing that no one from Council came. Other than that, thank you.
I think most of Council was all down at UBCM.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you for that. We move on to 4.1, adoption of the minutes of the regular Council meeting held August 23rd, 2022 be adopted. I need a mover. White and Etchart, and any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? None, carried. We now move into the public hearing session, and we've got 2 on the docket tonight. So this public hearing is convened to consider the following 2 bylaws. OCP Amendment Bylaw number 2330.
Sorry, that's the typo. 3 bullet points, there's 3 bylaws.
I saw those 3 too. Okay. There are 3 bylaws. Number 2339-2022, Middlesbrough. A zoning amendment bylaw for 2340-2022, again Middlesbrough. And a zoning amendment bylaw 2341-2022 for 2276 Vote Street. And a single written submission was received on this and is available in hard copy at the podium. The purpose of this public hearing is to allow everyone an opportunity to express their views. A public hearing is not a time for debate, but it's a chance for the public to express their opinions. Mr. Howard, our Director of Corporate Services, can you explain how the public were able to express their views to this hearing?
Yes, Your Worship. As is normal, we posted notices in the Merritt Herald in 2 editions in compliance with the Local Government Act, soliciting public input, whether that be in person or by electronic or written forms. There was a single item that was received in response to that, although that was after the deadline for agenda dispatch, which is why it's available in hard copy to you, and that has been circulated to Council as well. And the submitter of that was informed that it would be made available to you but not included in the agenda for that reason. And so if there's anyone present here tonight who would like to speak, then oral input is available at this time.
Thank you. And you did confirm the statutory advertisements were met?
Yes, Your Worship.
I did hear that. Okay, thank you. And Jenna Bradshaw, our community planner, can you please provide an overview of these bylaws? Oops. You need to press it first. There.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'll start with the Middlesbrough rezoning and OCP amendment. So that's OCP Amendment Bylaw 2339 and Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2340, both for the Middlesbrough property. So with this, the applicant is proposing to change the official community plan land use designation of the property from future development to future development, low to medium density residential and industrial. The applicant is proposing to change the zoning of the subject property from recreational commercial, corridor commercial, and single-family residential to recreation commercial, single-family residential, small parcel residential, medium density residential, and light industrial. So this was given first and second reading at a previous council meeting. And essentially here, if the proposed zoning amendment was to be successful, the applicant intends on subdividing the property into 6 parcels, including 2 remainder parcels that are not intended for development. In addition to the rezoning, the proposed development is subject to Ministry of Environment approval. So if it was brought to 3rd reading, it would be halted there until we heard further from the Ministry of Environment. Then with the other zoning amendment bylaw, that's 2341 for the property 2776 Vote Street. I'm just going to ask if we'll be able to bring up a map on screen here for this one. So with this rezoning, the applicant is proposing to rezone the parcel at 2776 Vote Street from corridor commercial to medium density residential. This was given first and second reading on August 23rd. And just on the map here on the screen, I want to clarify that this property we're looking at is the one highlighted in, it's that parcel highlighted in green, not any neighboring parcels, so it's essentially where this snake oil building is located currently. So if approved, this bylaw amendment would enable multiple unit apartment dwelling and or multiple unit townhome dwellings as principal uses under the R7 zoning. The conceptual site plan for the proposed development includes a proposal for a multiple unit apartment dwelling with 8 units. An official community plan amendment is not required in this case, as the current OCP supports this proposed residential rezoning. And the adjacent zones are a mixture of residential, including strata parcel residential, medium density residential, and high density residential, as well as park and commercial zones. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are any members of the public who wish to make a submission on either bylaw, I ask them to do so now.
Sorry, Your Worship. So at this point, you kind of have a choice. You can either ask Ms. Bradshaw to introduce the Middlesbrough project in addition, because that was just the Vote Street one, or alternative, and then take public input on both, or alternatively, public input now on the Vote Street proposal, and then do the whole of the thing.
Okay, we're not doing them together. Clear. That would be too confusing. Okay, thank you. So you introduced them for Middlesbrough first. Let's start that one for the public hearing. So I ask a second time if there's any members of the public who wish to make submission to Middlesbrough public hearing, please do so now. So for a third and final time, if there are any members of the public who wish to make a submission, please do so now. Okay, we're now looking at public hearing for 2776 Vote Street, number 2341, 2022. So if any member of the public wishes to make a submission on that bylaw, I ask them to do so now. Sorry.
Okay, my name is Barb Puga, and I'm a resident of 2760 Vote Street, McCallum Garden, Strata. It's all seniors. We range from mid-60s to mid-90s. Most are single elderly women, and we have some concerns about how dense or how many units are going to be going into that snake oil property, as we'll use it as. But we have a lot of safety concerns because Vote Street is a terrible street for speed, signage. We've had a number of incidents of people that are in mobile scooters because of the lights, well, the crossing lights. There's one at the corner of Blackwell. No access for disabled people in chairs to get that. We have access for disabled to go in front of
McCallum.
Yeah, and no signal, no markings at all. And we have a couple of people that do use their scooters on a regular basis. And the one aspect I was also told by a number of people that have come in on different mobile chairs, that the buttons on the crosswalks are often too high for someone in a chair. Sometimes they've had to ask other people or have a cane or something to push that button with. I would never have known it except for people that are in our complex. Speed. That's one. We've addressed this to the city March 18th, 2022, and it was Public Works, Administration, the mayor, and all councillors should have got a copy of this. If not, and I left my email, my phone number, and never got a reply from anybody from the city. But that corner that was built up, going from the police station towards town, there's a 40-kilometer-an-hour sign. Coming the other way, there used to be a sign of the same speed. Over the many floods, it obviously disappeared. When the reconstruction of the road was done, it was brought to the attention of the city that if it goes one way around the corner, going the other way should be the same speed. They come around that corner and it's boom. It's nothing to see 60, 70 kilometers an hour a lot of the time. And you give a long weekend, or you get a weekend or a week where there's activity in this town, you're almost taking your life in your hands, even for us to turn right. Never mind left. A lot of times we've had to turn right so that we can go stop traffic, turn into the park, turn around and go downtown. So, and our other question would be, how many units do they have, that we know that would go into that property? We understand there's a shortage of rental housing, everything in this town. We're also going to be inundated with whatever size the new complex behind us is going to go. We've already getting effect with them starting on construction, land use and stuff. We're small, we're old, we need help. We don't want to be swept under the carpet because there's going, with a new apartment block and more units next to us, it's only going to intensify. So has the city planned for lights, stoplights, anything? Has that part been gone through? Anybody? I'd like to be proactive rather than reactive. I don't want to see someone get hurt
and
after
neither do we.
everything's been built.
What we're looking at is the zoning, OCP and zoning change. We're not at that place of development yet. We're looking at traffic up and down the street, but it will get looked at the development stage. But this is strictly zoning and OCP amendment.
So my understanding, it's 8 units that's proposed for that site?
That's my understanding as well.
Is it just two floors? Do they have an option to go higher or more?
Not.
I mean, it's all done in legal speak, not always plain.
Are you prepared to answer that, Jenna, the best we can at this point in time? Again, it's still, we're looking at, we have a conceptual design. Beyond that, that's all we have right now. But we're looking at zoning. Does this property fit with the zoning that they're asking for? Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. The proposed zoning amendment bylaw is that it would be rezoned to the medium density residential, which is R7. And then according to the zoning bylaw itself, so that sets out the ways that you can use each individual zones. The R7 zone, as I desperately tab down to it, is...
Greg, I do have it up. I can talk to it.
You can? Okay. Ms. Bradshaw has the exact figures.
So under the R7 zone, based on the zoning bylaw, you are permitted to build multiple unit apartment dwellings or multiple unit townhome dwellings at a maximum density of 90 units per hectare of usable site area. So that's the maximum density you can go to. There are a few exceptions. And then in terms of height, there can be, for a multiple unit apartment, a maximum of 18 meters or 4 stories, whichever is less. And that is the same for a multiple unit townhome dwelling.
So it possibly could go 4 stories.
As per the zoning bylaw, that would be allowable.
Okay. I guess, as someone in our complex said, not in my backyard, but we can't, I understand that's not feasible. But I would like council to consider that we are a senior complex. We've been there for almost 30 years. And nothing stays empty for long. There's such a shortage for senior people in this town, whether it's an apartment block or whatever. They like it, they like our complex because they still have care over their own. They still have freedom. They can come and go. They're not restricted into a home where they have to be there for meals and do whatever. They can still take care of themselves. And it's a great group of people. and they've asked me to come and speak on their behalf. I think that's what we would like to present and have council to really consider it. This council or the next council, depending on when everything is decided. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. This is,
I don't know if you know this.
can you state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Ian Ward. I live in Merritt. I'm on Boat Street, number 5, I think it is. You can look it up if you want. Anyway, conformatory. Do we build a big apartment building? You just said 4 stories were allowed. And then we have a little seniors complex? Or do we make Merritt, you know, let's get some rhyme or reason here. This is the only thought I had. And I know that you haven't passed it, and you're going to probably look into possible things. I just thought to put that into your minds to think about, that's all. And when you said 4 story, I went, wow, that's like an apartment building next to a teepee. You know? Well, I would like to see our town expand, but I want to see it expand with some thought. You know? And some reason. And the safety issues, of course, and we did talk to you 2 years ago, you know that. They weren't addressed, by the way. I'm sorry, Linda, but it's true.
You don't have to be sorry. We've gone through a lot in the last few years. We haven't been able to address a lot of the things that we said we would address, so.
And there was an accident, by the way, 2 weeks ago. A person was trying to cross the road on a scooter, and I was out for my walk, and I come across him. And the reason why, the accessible one is like we just mentioned. He can't do the button, go down the road, around, back, cross the crosswalk. It's a simple fix. I mean, I could do it myself. And I don't even work for the city. So this is just thoughts, that's all. Okay, that's all it is. You guys are the ones that have to bear the blunt, of course. Okay? Thanks anyway.
Thank you. For the third and final time, if there's any members of the public who wish to make a submission to this hearing, please do so. Thank you for your participation. Yes. Thank you for turning up the heat. Okay. I forgot my jacket upstairs, so.
This is gonna get hot.
Okay, we move now onto item number 6, general matters, and this is our delegations. And number 6.1 is Mary Angus presenting to the city about beautification. Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for your interest. Your Worship, I've spoken a couple of times here at the City Council, and this is in regards to beautification of the City of Merritt. I came forward with an idea. Now, as a retired teacher, I have lots of ideas, but I do not know how to get to the end result. And so that's why I've stepped forward. I have been working really hard at asking agencies and businesses for support. And as you see on the map, I came to the office earlier and picked up a map. And my idea is to have First Nation or Nhlaka'pamux spirit animals, sort of like in Osuyus or in Kelowna. And so I put pictures on each of the entries of within the city. So for Kamloops, I have an eagle. I have two different kinds. I like them both. I forgot to take the coyote. And so there was going to be a coyote on Highway 5A, a salmon on Highway 8. On the Kelowna connector, it was going to be a wolf. And on the Coquihalla to Hope, it was going to be a grizzly bear. Now, I went down to the Omak Stampede, and I did have a meeting with Smoker Marchand, who did these sculptures. And I'm hoping that we can invite him up. He did give me permission to copy these to put onto your map. I've spoken to Highland Valley Copper is on board. They will help us with some of the metals that's needed for these sculptures. I've spoken to Nicola Valley or Nicola Lanes Bowling Alley, the RCMP, Game On Pub, Shrockmick Child and Family Services. Just today, I was introduced to United Way. They will give us $1,000 to go toward whatever it is we need. I phoned Norgard Ready Mix, but they haven't returned my call. Q101, I haven't spoken to anyone there since the passing of their manager. I haven't gone back. Save on Foods is also on board. But saying that, I also handed out in Nhlaka'pamux Chachao meet Temet. We are glad that Nhlaka'pamux people welcome you into our community, onto our territory. That would be signage coming into the city. And then if you flip it over, sorry about that, I have it upside down. We would be happy when you return. And I think with the flooding, I think we have this is the most opportune time to try to fit the reconciliation. Since I retired, going on 10 years ago, I have been really working on pulling together the First Nation and the non-Aboriginal people. I would really like to see a bridge built, and I work on it every day, and I'm hoping that you will consider this, and I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Mary, can I have you just stay for a moment?
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Angus? Or comments? I'm sorry, Councillor Christofferson, it's time for me to wake up.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mary, for your presentation. We've enjoyed having you present before, and some very interesting ideas here that I hope will be followed up, and certainly the artwork that you provided up here is spectacular. So thank you.
from the best. And I have spoken to the chief and council from each of the communities, surrounding communities, and they are all on board. However, once they all come into the same room, it's a different story. It's called too many chiefs. Anyhow, thank you.
Okay, oh, wait. Councillor White?
On the one side here, I can't say these words, but on the other side, the language is, we would be happy when you return. On the side that's the full language, would it be in English as well, so that?
I have it in brackets below. What I've done is...
Oh, I see, okay.
Yeah, what I did was I wrote it the way it is in the dictionary.
Okay.
And then in the green, that would be the phonetic way of saying it, pronouncing it. And
Okay.
then in brackets, I've got it in English.
Yeah, I didn't read it all the way through there, so I see it. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. You'll note that one of the items that was on the budget that didn't make the cut this year because of other priorities with flood recovery, we had the gateway entrance signage project, of which council had directed the inclusion of much of what Mary is talking about here, First Nations or Aboriginal art pieces, along with some form of language. And so I think that very much still is the plan, that when we bring this forward again for budget consideration, that these types of elements could be brought into that. And behind the scenes, much as Mary's doing, and we would love to collaborate and kind of share notes as to who you've got for potential funding commitments, we've started doing some due diligence on our end as well, so that when we bring that forward to council, we can have some avenues, recognizing that I think that there's a good chance that Fortis, it sounds like, might be willing to support with 5,000 to 10,000 for a project like this as well. The key for them is that we have all nations represented with the language, and I think that you've by and large done that. We'll want to confirm that everybody's sort of in agreement with the language, Mary, but we'll get there, even if it takes crunching people in the same room for a minute. But I think that we very much can incorporate many of these elements, and so you know, Mary, we have had direction from council to staff to consider that as part of that project.
And I think as council, we've also sat with the chiefs before and I've talked about this, and they wanted to make sure that each individual band was on board, and then we haven't really met since then. There's been a few emergencies and we just haven't had that opportunity to meet with them. So I'm glad to hear you say they're all on board, because I think they were on board at the time. They just didn't feel comfortable with...
They weren't in the same room. But just today we were over at the RCMP office and we unveiled the plaque, which is another first step. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Luck.
Mary, just one more thing. It's just, thank you very much for keeping this on the front burner all the time. And you know, projects like this take some time to get done and everything. But thank you very much for leading out on this. And I think this would be a real enhancement to our community. And that you've done some of the hard work by going out and actually going looking for sponsorships on some of them. That's a huge part of it. You know, cities' budgets are getting squeezed all the time. But if we get some people that actively work in the community, everything that can help sponsor some of this, that's a really good thing. So you've led out and you've done that, as I think Sean was saying earlier, our CAO. This is on our radar, and we'd like to work with you to see this come to fruition. It may not be tomorrow, may not be next week, but we'll get this done in the next couple of years for sure. Thank you very much. No, let's not think like that. It'll be in your lifetime. All right, thank you so much.
Councillor Etchart.
Well, I had one more question for Mary. I see that she's sitting down, but sorry, I would have asked faster, but with the art pieces that you have there, would they require any frequent maintenance? The only reason I ask is because we do have the handprints with the Waka stars around town, and sometimes they require not a lot, but they do require you know, who owns it and how often would they have to be maintained and cleaned, things like that.
We'll probably learn more about that when we speak to Highland Valley Copper, because they're going to contribute a portion of the metal. Sure. So they will let us know. And when I was talking to Jackie Schneider, she was saying that.
Mary, can I have you come to the mic? Sorry.
When I was speaking to Jackie Schneider up at Highland Valley Copper, she said that the metal that she was thinking of using, and she said that it would not need as much maintenance. Whereas if you look at some of the pictures of smokers, it's starting to rust. Mm-hmm. And so when I met with Smoker, I asked him, and he said that he was willing to work with Highland Valley Copper and utilize the metals that they have.
And when the city takes on a project like this, we also talk about the opportunities for maintenance, and we fix that into our agreements somehow. So we do look at those kind of things. So,
thank you for that.
Has everyone done this time so that?
I'll turn my mic off.
Thank you
for that.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, now we're looking at the real item 9.4, which is now 6.2, and we're looking at Ms. Sidilkova from TNRD. Do we have her on Zoom, Greg? 9.2, 9.4.
Hello?
Are you?
I am, Your Worship. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay,
can you hear
there
us?
You go. I was talking to myself. So thank you and good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Regina Sidilkova, and I work for the TNRD, and I look after planning, building, and bylaw enforcement. Everybody's favorite. And I am here to talk to an item on your agenda this evening, the Regional Planning Agreement. I have about 10 slides, so I'll be quick. And then I'm very happy to take your questions. So, Greg, if you can bring it up. Sorry, I've got I do, but I have a whole bunch of other I think I have your desktop on the screen too, Greg. Okay, that's fine. So you know what? I can see in a small corner the presentation. That's all I need. So I am here to speak to you about the Regional Planning Service. And next slide. Okay. So my next slide was what regional planning service? And because this is an agreement, it's a 5-year agreement that comes up with one automatic 5-year renewal. It doesn't come up all the time. The last time it was renewed was in 2012. So now here we are at 2022. And if you recall, 2012, the election terms were still 3 years, not 4. So it will expire in October. Now, the Regional Planning Service or the Regional Planning Agreement is something that has been in place since the early 70s. And it is something I think that makes our region more functional than some, and I'm going to tell you about it. So next slide. Regional districts. Regional districts, as many of you are probably aware, are unique and are only in British Columbia. And they were created as a way to share planning decisions between the rural areas and the municipalities. So it's not like a county structure with a municipality. It's a combined federation for decision making. In our region, there has always been a shared function where all the municipalities, so their representatives, usually the mayors, have a vote at the regional board on all planning items. So that doesn't matter whether it's a rezoning just outside of Merritt in electoral areas M or N, or if it's in Blue River. But again, this makes us a more functional regional district. It provides for better relations between municipalities and electoral areas. And it builds on a spirit, it continues building on the spirit of cooperation and mutual support, whether it's municipal boundary changes, municipal incorporations. And as I said, all the municipalities are partners, including the 3 municipalities that were incorporated about 10 years ago, Clearwater, Sun Peaks, and Barrier. So if you can change slides. So why? I can't even, sorry, I can't, the font is so small on my screen, I can't even follow it. Hold on. So first, what it means is the decision making is amongst our entire board rather than breaking up the meetings or asking some municipalities to leave because they're not a part of the planning service. And I would also point out at this point, the agreement lapses next month, and all the municipalities thus far have renewed the agreement. So Merritt is the one we're waiting to hear from. So that's for the decision making. Also, there is an absolute respect and input from everybody at the table. So even if it's a variance permit somewhere in electoral area E, there is something that all the municipal directors can have to say about it. I think it makes for better decision making in the long run, especially on the periphery of municipalities. And I'll say a little bit more about that in my next slide. It means the mayors are familiar with what's happening in the rural areas, and they'll even be copied on all referrals or other kinds of cooperative ventures, especially the regional growth strategy. And last, the regional growth strategy is the big item that is covered in this agreement. There's a dozen plus regional growth strategies across the province. Typically, these are a separate service, so there would be a separate requisition. The amount of the requisition under the planning agreement generally includes the regional growth strategy. There is no other bill. So at present, this year's requisition from Merritt was $21,317. In 2020, it was $20,900, and it's been in the realm of 19 to 20 or 21,000 for the last decade. I don't see that changing. That amount is based not on population. That amount is based on the assessment across all municipalities and electoral areas. And the formula is quite complicated because after all the budget and the assessment is considered, then for the municipalities, it is halved. So it's prorated by 50% down. So the amount of this agreement is really about the cooperation. It is not about the financial contribution, even though we very much appreciate the financial contribution. The sum total of all of 10 of the smaller municipalities make up about 6% of our budget. So again, this is not about the money. The city of Kamloops, being the big fish in the valley, have a different agreement, and they pay the lion's share of the contribution. They pay $250,000, and they have renewed that agreement. That's on a different timeline. So next slide, please. Here you have an image of the fringe area around the city of Merritt. The fringe area policy is one of the dozen or so TNRD board level long-range plans and policies that are part of the regional planning agreement. So anytime we get a development application, not a building permit, but any kind of a major subdivision, rezoning, OCP amendment, within that fringe area of your city, we send it to you for input and comment. There is a reciprocal aspect of that as well, especially if it's going to lead to a boundary change. And historically, there's been a lot of adjustments to the Merritt boundary that were born of rezonings and subdivisions. For example, Collettville. Also, we work cooperatively on the music festival lands there in that fringe area. There's all municipalities have individual examples. So I have, if I can just put in a little aside, I have worked for a municipality where I was the Director of Development Services, and we did not have a regional planning agreement, where the municipality did not have a vote at the region level. And we had 3 high-density manufactured home parks right on the edge of town that were not a good planning decision. And really, I think if there was more cooperation and if there was a regional service like what we have in the TNRD and have had for almost 50 years, that those kinds of bad planning decisions wouldn't be made. Next slide. Oh, sorry, this was my indulge me. This is an image that I shared with our board. It is from it was painted in 1338. It is from the City Hall in Siena. It is part of a 6-unit painting. It's the allegory of good and bad government. I've just clipped the one image of the allegory of good government in the city and the country. And it was painted by Lorenzetti to remind the decision makers in the council, in the town hall, of the importance of their decisions, and to consider both what's happening around them as well as within their boundaries. And so there's also some traumatic frescoes that show the allegory of bad government. I did not show those here. Next slide. The regional growth strategy is something that's been in effect for 22 years. We do monitoring reports. This strategy is scheduled to be, or it will be coming forward for consideration of revisions and updates. In the meantime, by the end of this year, we will have our 4th monitoring report, and that includes statistics for the city of Merritt, and we will be sharing those with all the municipalities. Next slide. And here you have some examples of the publications that we do. We do these in-house, and those are all included as there's no extra for the RGS. They're included in that regional service and in that budget. So here's the ones we've completed historically. Next slide. So just closing this item, the renewal process. As I said, we're coming down to the wire here. The TNRD board unanimously supported, including most importantly, all the EAs supported renewing this agreement. The letter in my report was sent to you. I believe it's in your agenda later when this item comes up. And as I said, all 9 of the 10, pardon me, 10 if you count Kamloops, you're number 11, have supported renewals of this agreement or their agreement. And at this point, I ask for your input or questions, and I'm happy to try to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Sidilkova. So do we have any questions or comments? And there's a feedback going on here. A feedback noise on this end. Does anyone have any questions for her? Okay, there are no questions here. Ms. Sidilkova, what I wanted to say was, you know how I felt about the regional growth strategy. I think it needed to be updated sooner rather than later, and I heard you say that it's coming up for revision later.
We're hoping to start, we're very challenged for staff right now. So it's we're not alone in that department. We want to finish the monitoring report because we use all the data from last year's census. We're still waiting for a few of the data sets that don't come out till December. As soon as those are out, we will publish the full report, but we will be providing what we've done so far to the board at the Committee of the Whole on October 7th.
Very much. And that looks like the last of our comments. So thank you, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Thank you for your time.
And there is, we already agreed there was going to be a motion put forth at the, yeah. I just may need a reminder. Okay, so we're now looking at unfinished business, 7.1, recovery operations update. Mr. Strang, I think I saw you in the audience.
Yeah, I just got it. Excuse me.
And for those of you that are unaware, the mic, when it's turned on, we can't hear him speak through that mic here, but it picks it up on our online streaming.
Is this on
online.
now? Is it on now?
It should be on.
It's just the button, right? Okay. Try and be loud enough for everyone. It's not usually a problem that I have. Okay. Woo-hoo. So this is going to be a somewhat informal thing.
Can you make that bigger for those of us that have old eyes? Can you see it up?
Just click the full screen down there, Greg, bottom right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This one's.
Yeah, I had. This is normally Mr. Selecki who does these updates, but he's unable to join us this evening, so I had this thrown on my desk today. And then Mr. Smith wanted some other information 45 minutes ago, so I've been working diligently through this meeting to give a couple of more updates here. It's not quite as polished as I'd like, but I'd love to talk through some of the things that we've been doing in the ROC. Couple of stats. Go ahead. Slide. I feel like we're doing a home movie here. Slide. Okay, couple of stats from where we've gone. The emergency operation part of this is effectively wrapped up. We're well into recovery operations at this point. Our evacuation orders have all been lifted. State of local emergency was rescinded mid-June, and the EOC formally closed on June 13th. The recovery operations team kind of started to phase in about January, so there was a fairly large transitional period. And I will tell you, there is a huge amount of financial paperwork that's still being filed from those times when it's coming across my desk. So lots of cleanup work to do, but the actual, what the province defined as the Emergency Operations Center was closed on June 13th. Red Cross continues to support a large number of people and households. So these stats, I think I just saw these updated today. I think these are actually today's stats. 464 households and 821 people still being supported by the Red Cross. Now that doesn't mean that they're displaced from their homes. Red Cross provides a number of different supports, from accommodations to, bus tickets, transportation, etc. There's a number. They work with each person individually, but I mean, that's a huge number of people that are still getting supports from the Red Cross from this, for sure, requiring supports. And there is still a large number of people in accommodations. We have about 35 households, 71 people in commercial accommodations, i.e. hotel rooms, and in temporary accommodations, either a place that's not their own home or staying with a friend, 45 households and 84 people. And these are very, very large numbers. It's been fairly encouraging. I can get to it a little bit later. This one won't have a complete housing update. Just because I don't have the info right now. But we've been working through a list of, I'm going to say the list started about 127 individuals that had said that they were out of their household, and way over 50% are either going back in, have plans to go back in the next month or two, et cetera, et cetera. So we're working through that list with the eye towards transitional housing. So encouraging news, but there's still a lot of people out there that require some help that we're working through here. So we're now into recovery operations. So you have a disaster, you have the emergency operations center. If it's a big enough disaster, you have a recovery operations center, and they're in charge of rebuilding the infrastructure, helping people get back in their homes. And then afterwards, you have kind of the more loosely defined future mitigation, whatever you want to call it. We're looking at the future mitigation, but right now we are in recovery operations center mode. We have 8 people involved in the various divisions. Of course, everyone knows me, I'm in the finance, and as Greg Selecki leads it. And then we have some people on housing teams and quite a lot of capital infrastructure, project management staff, that kind of thing, to engineers, etc. There's a bit of an infographic on the right, but I'm not going to walk through it because it's really small font, and I can't even read it on my laptop. So next slide. So I'm going to give a fairly brief discussion about where we're at with housing. We're contacting, like I said, about 127 people that have signed up in some way. I think there's honestly 6 different entry streams, either through Red Cross or directly through the city, of how people get on this list or got on this list. And we're working through that list. They will be receiving a short survey just to see where they're at. Some of those questions are used to rate what their need is, and some of those questions are used to make sure that to see if we can provide an appropriate accommodation for them. Current living location, home condition, living situation, etc. Next slide. So those get fed. The housing team has developed kind of just a rating scoring system. And I won't get into the esoteric details of it because I honestly don't know, because I wasn't. You want a little bit of separation there, but the people who are involved with working with the folks who are displaced have worked through this criteria so that everyone gets a reasonable shake and a fair shake, and we're not having one person on one team say yes and one person on another team say no, so that there's an actual scoring system, a defensible scoring system behind it. And then a lot of the questions are, do you have pets? Are you in town? And a lot of questions where, do you have children in school? Are you commuting to Merritt? Do you have a house here that you're expecting to need to fix? Like we still have people that are out of the community who who have houses and they can't fix them because they're out of the community and they can't find a place to be here to actually fix their house. That person definitely would rank higher in priority. So decisions like that. Our end goal at the end of the day is people who own houses need to get back into those houses. It's fairly important to keep in mind that we can only do so much. Once you cross that lot line into a private property, technically none of that is our domain. And we, as a municipality, we have $0 to have any effect, and honestly zero legal ability to have any effect on private property. It's really up to homeowners to fix their houses. It's up to the city to provide services, water, sewer, etc., the road, and make sure that there's access and services to those properties, but the homeowner on private property is ultimately responsible for that. That being said, we have a team of 8 people that is lobbying very, very hard, different levels of government, to try and help out in whatever way we can. As much as I'd like to pick up a hammer, I gotta say that probably wouldn't help out too many people, and in fact might hinder some people. But what we can do is really look hard for some transitional housing to get people back in the community so that they can make the decisions that they need in their houses. All of this is a one-off program with the province. The province has very graciously provided some funding to try this out. It's never really been done before. Again, it's not usually a provincial responsibility, definitely not a municipal responsibility. It's kind of on the homeowners, but the province has kind of stepped up to the plate and provided us with some money to do what I hope will be some great things for our residents. Next slide. The first one, I was here a little while ago kind of talking about this project. This is Diamond Vale Mobile Home Park. And a number of units that are going into Diamond Vale Mobile Home Park. They will basically go to the people on that criteria list. So number 1 ranked, number 2 ranked, number 3 ranked, etc., will be offered accommodation in this place. It won't be free accommodation. There is a rental. It is a subsidized, heavily subsidized, but there still is hard costs like pad rental and utilities that the person's going to be responsible to pay, snow clearing fees, that kind of thing. So we will be offering them and working through the list. The team actually is doing that right now and making up a rank criteria, and then they will be moved onto the specific sites. There's a bit of a issue with the existing mobile home park and what their power requirements are, so we've had to shift gears a little bit in what we're able to offer. We were hoping to be able to offer a bit of a different floor plan and square footage, but due to some things that are way over my head of power and amperage requirements, we've had to shift gears a little bit into the actual structures that we can provide. But we have done that, and we are on track to be providing them. Next slide. This is another one. I don't even know what this is. Very small writing. It's colored boxes. This is basically a chart that got thrown at me to throw in here. Stakeholder responsibility for the project. So we're working through, I'm not going to zoom in and go through this, but this is basically our flow chart for how this project works, what the appropriate milestones are, and this is what our housing team is really using to guide through this process and secure the agreements in the correct timeline. So they are working through their flow chart. Let's talk about some projects. Next slide. I love infrastructure. So we've got a lot of infrastructure projects going on right now. Mr. Smith pointed at me earlier and said that this one had to be on here. So I gave it its own slide. The other ones have to share slides. This is our road sidewalk update, and I know that this has been requested, anticipated, desired by many people in the community, and I'm happy to say actually today was the kickoff meeting for this one. So we've got almost 40, is it 39? I don't know, call it 40 different areas that have been examined throughout the city that are going to receive some sort of rehabilitation. And in some of these, it's sidewalk, redoing the sidewalk or grading. Some of them are complete road overhauls, alleyways, et cetera, et cetera. So we have the plan. It actually is basically approved by the province, but we are hitting the go button a little bit before because it just needs to be done at the end of the day. And throughout this whole project briefing, you'll see everything underlined is things that we're waiting on the province to approve, and this one should probably be underlined, but we hit the go button anyway on it because it's fairly important to us. We're getting about half of the scope, I think, we're hoping to get done. Really depends on the weather this year, and then the other half is going to be in the spring. They'll work until they can't work anymore, until the ground freezes hard enough that they can't physically get done what they need to get done, and then they will wrap it all up in the spring. We will be issuing some Facebook posts, some messaging, some media, probably in the coming weeks here, to talk about what exactly we're doing on all of these roads and submitting some public feedback. If we have to change gears on a couple of these different roads, like I said, it is a multi-year timeline, but it was spec'd out by engineers who walked the streets after the floods and documented everything that was flood damaged. Yeah, I know.
Mr.
I knew
Smith.
it. I was looking at you already.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to add, because I know Council has had numerous concerns raised about back alleys and the condition of shoulders, and particularly with the last rain event, the flash flood that we had, that only exacerbated problems for some individuals, particularly in the Collettville area, where they again had flooded basements and felt that some of the damage from the flood was partially to cause for that. And so this project is aimed at addressing much of that, but know that again, this is going to be an evolving scope, so as much of that work as we can do, we're going to try doing this year. We're still going to be collecting information, and as we have residents come forward that are in this area, helping us understand what they're experiencing on the ground, and if we can and need to refine scope for this, there's an opportunity to potentially issue a secondary RFP or expand scope with the existing contractor to make sure that we're hitting as many of those needs and concerns as possible. But seeing as I know Council had some recent concerns raised to them, I wanted to make sure you were aware that this is aimed to address that problem.
Thank you for putting that in tonight's slide. Can I also ask about, is that the 13 million Treasury Board funding that we're going to be doing this with?
This is, no, that project is going to be completely funded through the DFA program, which is jointly, it's administered provincially, but it's federal and provincial funding. So that will be completely paid for by that program, as far as I can tell. At this point, they haven't signed off on it, but I've signed off on the PO. So they've indicated that they're going to cover, and we're just waiting for the paperwork, which is good. So we're not dipping into that money. I will also make some time for questions at the end. I would love to hang out here for the whole night and talk about infrastructure. I'm not even being sarcastic, I would. Canford, road rebuilding, next one. This one had to be split up into two because sometime about 2 weeks after the flood, after very red-eyed 16-hour days, we realized that Canford Street was the main sewer connector for the high school and that the high school couldn't reopen until Canford Sewer was fixed. So stage one, we fixed the sewer, we fixed the water, and then we just put some gravel on top. Stage two is right now, paving, leveling, surfacing, basically turning it into the street that it was before, which is really good news. It started, I think the job kickoff on that was last week. What was the 12th? Monday. Job kickoff on that was last week. We're going to be complete that this year. So Canford, by the end of the year, by the time the snow hits, should look the same as it did when the snow hit last year. Reverse infiltration water treatment plant. This is a big project. It is done. So we are officially discharging back into the river at a clean water standard, or back into the reverse infiltration basin at a clean water standard, and then it's just dissipating into the ground. So we're not discharging into the river since August 1st, I believe, was the date, and that was the date our permit expired. So that was a very large win, that particular project. It was right up against the wire, and a whole bunch of people told us we weren't going to be done in time, and that we had to apply for more permits and approvals, and I'm going to say we had 2 days of extra time. So we got it done. That's an insurance project, so again, that's not TB sub Build Back Better money. There is some additional diking and additional protections going to be built around that. That is integrated into our flood mitigation master plan, which we don't have funding for, but I'll get to that in a minute. But just know that there is engineering assessments done on that to build beyond what was before. We've restored the RI basins effectively to what they are before. Some different elevations, but effectively they're just restored at this point. And that was a very large multi-million-dollar project, moving dirt. Pine Street. We are seeking financial assistance from senior levels of government. So As council knows, you've seen the flood mitigation master plan back at the end of June. There is a ton of different areas on there and a ton of different dikes identified, neighborhoods identified, etc. Pine Street is a priority for us right now. So at this point, we are seeking Pine Street as a one-off project to be able to execute what is in the mitigation plan just on the scope of Pine Street without attaching the rest of the entire agreement to it, because there's some humanitarian reasons for that, there's some flood reasons for that, but that is a very large priority on our radar right now. Middlesbrough Bridge. When is the bridge going to be rebuilt? Depends on the province. So this one has the magical underline on it. This one's a little bit complicated, and not actually because of funding, because the province through DFA will agree to rebuild a bridge to whatever the bridge was before, or a fence to whatever the fence was before. But standing up here, I would have trouble recommending to council that we rebuild the bridge to what it was before. We are advocating, of course, to build the bridge to the new environmental reality, to the new flow reality on that river. But of course, we need funds to do it. And, you know, municipally, we don't really want to go out and buy a $12 million bridge. So what we are doing right now is working with a couple different engineering firms and establishing what's called a Q200. And you may be familiar with that from all the flood work we've done. I don't imagine too many councils and too many towns would know what a Q200 is, but Q200 is basically the expected water return that you would get one every 200 years. That is going to get updated. We don't know exactly what that's going to be updated yet, and it takes a little bit of time to get that out. However, the bridge we feel is a priority to get done before maybe that is all ironed out, so we are proceeding with a bridge at a assumed level, at an assumed Q200 level, and submitting that to approval for the province. Engineering's done next week, and 2 weeks, sorry, Q200 engineering's done next week. 2 weeks after that, the bridge engineering will be done, and then it will go into the province for approval. I don't know how long that's going to take, but based on my last 3 months, it's going to be a while. I'd like to see this bridge get done next year. It will depend on provincial approval. If they turn it around fairly quickly, we can build the bridge next year. That's where we're at. Next page. Water main river crossing, less exciting because not many people know about it, but it's still going to be an expensive project. We had a water main under the river, got washed away. We are going to be re-drilling that, and again, underline, waiting for provincial approval. All the engineering is done. We're just waiting on the check mark from DFA to actually fund this thing, to hit the go button. Green spaces, grass seeding. RFP process was complete early July. We selected a contractor, finished all the project clarifications. We are waiting for approval on that one. Probably going to go ahead on it anyway, at least in a limited scope, because we would really, as an ROC team, love to see those Vaux Park soccer fields somewhat functional. Maybe not first thing next year, but maybe a month into next year. We would really, really like to see those functional. I think that's a really important part for the community. So that is the part of the scope there that we're concentrating on. There is also more grass space on the outside of Vaux Park and on Centennial that we will be looking at seeding next year, but we're looking at what it would look like to turf or sod the inside. DFA won't cover it, so that may be, as Your Worship mentioned earlier, TB sub Build Back Better money, but we feel like that's an important mental health part for the community. So that's what we're doing with green spaces and grass seeding. Centennial Park.
And can I interrupt for just a second? For
Yes.
those, when you say TB funding, it's the 24 million that we originally received from.
I should clarify that. Yes. So
from the province. It's both for housing and for other
TB
projects.
sub is the incorrect way to refer to that. Probably it is a contribution agreement from the province to fund housing and a number of infrastructure projects, some of which are already spoken for and some of which are in engineering and negotiation. This would be one of them.
Thank you.
Centennial Park, approved August 26, underway. They're in there. Not a ton to do in Centennial Park besides the seating, but there's monuments, benches, some other stuff moving around. I don't think I have the dog park in here. I didn't even put the dog park in here. Dog park is officially, I think there's a couple of the fountains and a fountain that needs to be installed, but it's effectively done at this point. Some of the signage is going up. So from a paperwork process, the dog park is done. It will be done this year before the snow hits, and all the signage will be up. That's what we're looking at. So it has been moved to Bow Park, big dog area, small dog area. Some of the signage is coming in, and the fountain is going in as well.
And I could, just so everyone knows, it wasn't the city that decided to move the park. It was Interior Health's licensing that told us we had to move the park.
There was a number, so we did put up the temporary dog park at a different location, and there was a number of locational and health issues that needed to move that. That was definitely a temporary location. And again, the province was gracious enough to pay for moving to the temporary location and then a DFA funding to reestablish a new dog park in its permanent home. Sewer main inspection and repair, again, another one of those very expensive ones that nobody really understands or knows about outside of the ROC, but there is a ton of kilometers of sewer line that was, if not compromised, we don't actually know that yet, but had tons of rock and sand, et cetera, et cetera. So we are going through and we are videoing it, smoke testing it, making sure that we understand what the effects of that November flood are. And of course, initially we got everything working and operational and functional, and now we're going through and making sure that it is as functional as it was before the flood. I would anticipate once this inspection is done, we will have some sections that need to be dug up and fixed. I don't know the answer to that yet. I probably will within a month or two, at which point I'll be going back to the province again with another budget and saying, it's $800,000 worth of work for these 3 sections. At this point in the year, those sections, unless they're really bad, they'll probably take place next year. Next slide. I won't bang the drum too much on this future flood mitigation planning because, of course, on June 29th, that was the entertainment for the evening for us all. So I'm sure you guys are all very well versed in this one. Engineering engagement, February 18th, we retained Associated Engineering to start this permanent flood mitigation plan. April to May, we got input from the community. We had a few hundred responses on what was important to the community, where they were coming from, what the priorities were. It was presented to the public at an open house and also, of course, to council in June. Since that time, and we've talked about this before, the original intent of that was for a federal disaster mitigation adaptation fund application, and of course, they put that entire program stream on hold before we were even done our engineering study. So there is not a current identified funding stream that would match the level of infrastructure that we need to build. There's absolutely nothing provincially, nothing federally, and we are shaking people down. There's some streams that are smaller, $2 million, $5 million, and we're identifying things like Pine Street for partial execution in smaller grant streams, but there's not a large grant stream. We have done some lobbying internally as an ROC team. Of course, the mayor, council have done a fair amount of work getting on the phones and explaining to people the plight of Merritt, and our CEO, Sean Smith, has certainly made, I don't know, in my office alone, probably 10 phone calls. So at this point, that is what we are reduced to, is lobbying government to open up a program, either the existing DMAF program or something else. And next slide.
And before we go to the next slide,
yes,
we have lobbied hard with both Minister Blair at the federal level and our premier at UBCM just recently. So we've had a commitment from Minister Blair that he will find us funding over the next few years. He's not sure where it's coming from, but he's assured us that he will find it for us. It may be several different pockets, but we'll have it. And Premier Horgan has also agreed to support us in that application at the federal level. So we've been making movement. We don't have the money in our hands yet.
The people know where Merritt is at this point. And I will say, we are significantly further ahead. I've actually had the pleasure of visiting a lot of these other flood communities and talking to them, seeing the impacts that were there, talking to them about what their planning is. We've talked about this before, and it was true in January, and it's true now. We're significantly ahead of even where some of the heavyweight communities are. At this point, we're way ahead in advocacy and making noise, which is really the important part here.
And we've been told the same thing at
we're gonna
both
get in,
federal and provincial level, that we are ahead of the other communities.
Yeah, so it's a really good pat on the back, and I think it speaks volumes to the fact that like everyone's making noise on this. We're doing the right moves, but this isn't a situation when you go for government funding, you get grants and funding on existing streams. You get, you know, here's what BC Housing has for existing streams, and if it doesn't support evacuee or transitional housing, then you're not going to get it.
We have a problem.
Am I talking too loud?
Do you have a Fitbit or a phone in the microphone?
Phone.
You're not even there, and it's doing it now.
How's that?
Yes, it does.
Where are we here? So, no funding sources. In line with that, we got word a little while ago that, again, Minister Blair would take some material to some federal decision makers. And so we actually put together an infographic over September long weekend. Next slide. And I think most of council will have seen this. We're actually modifying, I think it went out to all of council. We are going to modify this. This was specifically built to have a federal fund as component, so we would be going for federal funding, explaining the situation, asking for funding. We are going to use the same infographic and kind of modify it a slight bit.
It's in fix mode.
Is it? Yeah, I see that. I just talk much louder. I can turn this off.
Just keep talking.
Okay. This infographic is to the community and to some other sources, but when you read through this, as I'm sure many of you already have, just keep in mind that it was for federal funding. So the first page we have kind of went through a very brief overview of what exactly happened, and this was designed for federal decision makers to kind of acquaint them with where Merritt is, and people who would have zero idea where Merritt BC is. So this first page would be very superficial to anyone that actually lived through it and used an outhouse for 4.5 weeks or whatever it was. I don't remember how long it was. It was a long time. But again, it gets our point across on how much this disaster cost. Next slide. So if you look in the top left corner, that was actually a very surprising stat for me. This was a bit about the financial and human costs of this. I came up with $149,000 in fairly hard costs from this disaster, and this is things like Rotary donations, this is rebuilding the bridge, this is, you know, our expected DFA outlay, the DFA outlay to communities. This is a huge amount of money. So we're talking $150 million from one event, and we're saying with 160 we can do both river sheds to make sure it never happens again. That's a fairly saleable point. And that's something that we tried to get across fairly clearly. Now, from an investment standpoint, that's probably not a bad investment. It's just that $150 million came from a number of different sources, be they private business owners, insurance companies, et cetera, and we're going, of course, to one entity being government and saying we'd like 160 to make this not ever happen again. That being said, in aggregate, very convincing stat. We talked a little bit about the human cost. We probably had, I don't know, 200 quotes, and we had to pick 5. And just some interesting response. I mean, the RCMP themselves knocked 3,200 doors. We had 37 swiftwater rescues, and every single one of those swiftwater rescues could have resulted in a fatality, because those are wildly dangerous rescues. So there's some really big numbers and big stats behind this. This was a very serious event, and we wanted to really get that across to the decision makers. Next slide. Developing our flood mitigation plan. Everyone, like I said, has seen this document. We wanted to let the decision makers know, the funding sources know, that this isn't something that we just put together on a Friday night, the flood mitigation plan. This actual presentation is something that we put together on a Friday and a Saturday and a Sunday and a holiday Monday. But the flood mitigation plan was a 5-month effort. Using some engineering firms that have been involved in Grand Forks and some people who know what they're doing. There was a bunch of sources. There was community consultation, Indigenous consultation throughout the valley. There was a lot of things that went into this flood mitigation plan, and we really wanted to be very, very clear about all of the faucets that went into this. Slide was the funding ask. Next, yeah. How do you turn the left one into the right one? Well, that's $165 million, and that's really what we're trying to get across, is without $165 million, we're at risk for the one on the left. Nobody will ever call us a community without a lake, but I don't think that's how we want to get it. And that's what we're really selling. Now, this is over a multiple years. Year 1, 2, 3, 4 is kind of about the expected time frame, and that's based on the experiences in Grand Forks, how long it takes them to negotiate property buyouts, to build dikes, to set up contracts, etc. So that is kind of the plan in a nutshell. We haven't heard back any particularly any funding commitments. With how government works and revolves around yearly cycles, the budget for this particular year, especially when you're talking about dollar values like this, is fairly set, and if there's no particular program, I don't see where this is going to go this year other than lobbying. So we're hoping that efforts like this, efforts like Mayor and Council have been making, will bear fruit in either the opening of the DMAP program or some other program. I don't have my laptop open, so I can't remember if I panicked, created another slide. Do I have another one? Yes, I do. So this isn't my slide. I'm trying to remember how this one works. This is just kind of the community feeling high, feeling low throughout a particular disaster. And of course, like, the disaster itself sucks. And then right after, we talk about how great it was that people did 37 swiftwater rescues and nobody died. How amazing it was that our firefighters stood up and put in like 20-hour shifts for a week and a half straight. And then of course you have some emotional lows after that point when people start to think, they look at the basement with, and I was in a lot of basements after, it's shambles, right? It's books, it's magazines, it's your boots that you wore out on Saturday night, all in a pile together with 6 feet of mud in the basement. That brings you down as a community for sure. And I think we've kind of worked past some of that. I think some people are still in that situation, but many, many fewer than there were 6 months ago, which is a really good news story. We've been able to extend some unprecedented supports thanks to some provincial funding for things like curbside debris management, for expediting DFA, which is not under municipality or our control at all, but we've had very good contacts with people at DFA and have been able to actively point them to people in our community who might need some help. They, of course, have spooled up from 5 people to 47, so it's been a bit of a struggle for them as well, but we've advocated very, very hard for those in our community. And then you hit the anniversary, the 1 year, and I'm spooled up for the newspaper articles that are obviously going to happen on that day, and I think it'll be PTSD flashbacks for a lot of people in this community who woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and found out that they had water up to their knees and they had no idea where the kids were. It'll be a big day. We have started doing, some members of our team, not myself, have started doing some planning for what that anniversary looks like, what we're going to do as a community, what we can do as a community, and go from there into mitigation and find $165 million and make it never happen again. Questions? None.
Councillor Fair.
Thank you very much. That was a great presentation and lots of information in there. I wanted to ask about the sidewalk, road rebuilding, and water treatment plant rebuilding, because I know this is a question that will come up by members of the community, and the question is basically, you know, what's being done where possible to make improvements that will help prevent, you know, future events if they should occur.
So with the sidewalk and the road specifically, there's not any build back better. There's not any build back better that would affect future flood channels included in that particular project. So that's a $2.5 million project to return the roads and sidewalks to where they were at before. Without execution of a mitigation master plan, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to start building a dike on one area without building a dike on another area, because it's like a boat. You can have, you know, 16 holes in the boat, and if you fix one hole, you've still got 15 holes in the boat, right? Probably not the best analogy, but there isn't any particularly effective dikes or anything in that area. With the RI basins, it's a slightly different story. So we have changed some of the elevations, we have changed some of the orientations. There's not a whole lot of changes we can make to that because at the end of the day, they are pits out of the dirt with like a little liner in it, right? So it's not particularly complicated. It's really expensive to haul dirt out when they become flooded. Having said that, as part of the mitigation master plan, there is some additional protection for the wastewater water treatment plant and the RI basins. And there's a very good chance that those will be proceeding at least partially as a standalone project out of the aforementioned Build Back Better. And to that effect, some urban dikes and shoring up of some existing flood mitigation infrastructure that's in there to raise up the level of it.
Great, yeah, thank you very much.
I was going to say, there was also one of the ministers who asked us if we were planning on moving our wastewater treatment plant, and my response was not at this time, but if they had 30 million, we'd be very happy to look into it.
$30 million is probably a reasonable off the cuff class-y estimate, we'll call it. But there are other communities that have done that. But then, of course, you have the electrical cost, the lift station costs. You have to find another.
Yeah.
It's an issue. It's an issue to have a wastewater plant at the lowest point in your town, but it's also an issue to not have it. At this point, due to some pretty heroic and really gross efforts from public works staff on the night of the event, we were able to save it. We were able to save all of the electrical panels, the actual core of the wastewater plant. 100% thanks to the public works employees was saved. So we're fairly confident that in an event like that, with some additional mitigation, we would be able to do so again without much struggle.
Thank you. And Councillor Christofferson.
Good, thank you. I don't have a particular question to ask, but I do want to make a comment. And thank you very much for this report. This community needs to become aware of the info in this report, particularly those who are running for office. There's a fair amount of misinformation being bandied about in our community, either out of ignorance or whatever. But a report such as this is extremely valuable, showing what this city went through and is still going through to try to recover. And I really think that particularly those who are running for office should be aware before they make misinformative remarks. Thank you.
Councillor Edgard.
Thank you, Sean, for the report. I know that so many people out there have so many comments, and even just starting with the recovery of temporary housing is top of mind for so many residents. I know that some people were wondering with the long list of people that are in the areas that were affected needing housing because theirs were destroyed. There's also some of the mobile homes and also RV hookups. Do you know if that is part of the plan or just for the mobile homes?
Thanks, Councillor Edgard, through the mayor. Can you clarify a little bit more? Are you saying are RVs and hookups a part of our transitional housing plan?
Yes, because some people don't necessarily need the whole manufactured home, but maybe they just want a temporary RV because the home that they were living in will be repaired, but it's going to take longer than the 6 months we've done. Or...
No, not at this time. We actually have been supporting people who are living in RVs, and the Red Cross has extended supports as well for people who are living in RVs. The specific reason why we are trying to push forward with the mobile home project before it freezes is that trailers are not particularly appropriate after it freezes. So we talked through what that looks like in terms of establishing more permanent RV hookups or a hydrovac truck that visits them throughout the winter, et cetera, et cetera. But it was decided that that was just a very, very difficult situation to ask people to continue in, so we put our efforts into the mobile home project.
Agreed. Thank you for that.
Councillor White.
Could you clarify the housing part of the $24 million that was received? That information is obviously out there to the public, so people think that they're going to get a house, or so could you clarify the type of housing that's involved in the $24 million received?
I'd be happy to. The province has earmarked a specific portion of that $24 million, less than half of that portion, towards housing initiatives. But it's not necessarily buying houses for anybody and putting somebody in a free house. These are going to be subsidized rent complexes, but there will be a rent associated with them. The province has provided the money for the capital costs, so we're able to move the building there. Speaking on the mobile home in particular development, there's still going to be hard costs such as pad rent, snow clearing fees, property management fees, et cetera, et cetera. We have not, the province is not giving us funding for the operational aspects of that, just the capital aspects. So we are able to add in aggregate to the housing stock, which will hopefully do something to drop the rate of all of the rental housing. The units that we're able to offer on behalf of the province are going to be subsidized by $200 to $400 per month, depending upon how many bedrooms it is.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to add as well, because I know that we'd had a lot of questions from the public as to why the city doesn't just funnel those dollars back to homeowners whose homes were damaged themselves in more of a direct subsidy. So recognizing that we aren't the province, but I will share the provincial argument or viewpoint as best as possible with this, and then you can take it and do with it what you will. From the provincial and federal standpoint, they look at a disaster like this and say that we have the disaster financial assistance program set up. It's our official program that we use. Any changes that we are going to make, either to sweeten the pot or to make the pot less sweet, we'll make as part of an overall policy change, which they purport to be working on the federal level, and then there's a separate plan being worked on from the provincial side for flood planning generally. The challenge is that the province doesn't want to be seen over and above supplanting the federal DFA program and setting a precedent that they are now going to be on the hook each and every time there's an emergency for privately functionally insuring properties. And so the province has been lobbying the federal government hard for the creation of a national flood program, which council will be aware that the federal government, I believe at the end of August, did announce that they are going to be looking at the creation of a national flood insurance program. And so so much of this ends up coming to the government not ultimately wanting to put themselves in a position where they're responsible for insuring people against losses that can or perhaps ought to be insured by private, but they heard, largely actually it was a lot coming from this council, that's all well and good, but you better be able to provide a mechanism to require people to have and incentivize or work with the insurance companies to make it so they can actually get flood insurance, because that is way easier said than done right now, where most companies aren't offering flood insurance for homes where they recognize that they are in the floodplain. So very long story to say that the province, in giving us these funds, has expressly required us that we do not give them directly to homeowners to repair their existing damages, that this is to create new housing stock for the community. We tried very hard to work on an accessory dwelling unit incentive program to, okay, we heard that we can't give the money directly to homeowners. Can we provide a subsidy to homeowners who are looking to provide their own new housing through the creation of laneway homes, duplexes, basement suites, and ultimately that project was approved at the BC housing level but rejected through the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. They've been great in many ways, but that one still frustrates us, and we recognize that it frustrates you as well. So that's the functional reason that we can't provide direct subsidies and supports to those whose homes have been affected over and above the amounts provided through DFA.
Thank you. Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, thank you for the great report. First of all, I just want to second what Councillor Christofferson just mentioned here a little bit. Great report. People that need to be here should be here to listen to the updates and everything that you've updated us and totally understand where we try to work the best we can, and we've been working very hard to get a lot of these things done as you reported. And I know our team is ahead of other communities like Princeton, even Abbotsford, who's a much bigger community than us. They're still struggling pulling all their numbers and all their facts and everything together to get funding from the provincial government. And so thank you very much for your team and all the work that they've done and how far we're ahead of everybody else on here. It's easy to say things and offer platitudes and promises that you don't understand what's going on in the thing, so that was really, really good of the report. Second, I want to thank the team that put all the reports together. The fancy pictures you had up there that we took and talked to the ministers last week, that was a wow factor. They saw those. It was really quick, clear information of what our citizens have been going through, what the community's been going through, and the ministers were able to take that up, see some simple facts in there. It helped us do a good presentation as well, and we made mileage. Premier Horgan, in his closing statement, his last statement, speech to UBCM, mentioned Merritt. You know, and how many times has that happened in the last decade or so that Merritt? Unfortunate. Sorry, it would have been something nicer, but we got mentioned. We're on the radar because of the work our team is doing, and that's everybody in the city here, staff, council, everybody. So kudos to everybody on this team that's been working very, very hard to get this community recovered. So thanks everyone for the work they're doing. Yep, you bet.
I still had questions.
I have a question.
Pardon me?
I have a question. Everyone have questions from the audience?
Not at this point, no. Can your question come to me tomorrow, or give me a call, or after the meeting tonight, I'll stop and.
Okay.
I can't see who you are, but okay. Yeah. Just stop me at the meeting and I'll
Okay. Thank you.
find something. I had a question on the bridge. You talked about not replacing it the way it is. Are we talking about going with walking paths?
So there's two not replacing with the way it is. Your worship, there's the height and
The height as well. Okay.
The height is the holdup at this point. We're of course requesting that it be built higher.
Yeah.
To be able to stand that again, but of course the provincial government requires a ton of engineering and approval and et cetera because that's more expensive.
Yeah.
And build it back in conjunction with that, actually we just had a meeting on it today. We have two prototypes being engineered. We're doing engineering on basically two different widths of bridges. One being the original width of bridge, because for sure, no matter what the height is, they will only pay for the original width of bridge. The second is the marginally wider bridge, because it will include a 4-meter walking path that will include the rest of the community walking path. So it'll be kind of a seamless transition. That is my distinct preference as somebody who runs and bikes and everything else in this community. But it will come before council at a later date for approval of that fund. That will be using Build Back Better contribution agreement money for whatever that delta is. I'm off the cuff going to suggest that it's probably going to land between 400 and 800,000 for something that looks like a 4-meter walking path that flows fairly well with existing infrastructure. It may well be 200,000 depending upon how that engineering works. So
and I think
we
will
end up. And of course, like that will vary based on how high the bridge is and how high the bridge is as well. So there's lots of moving variables in there, lots of engineers. It's kind of at the point where in the next 4 weeks I'll have some pretty good designs and class C estimates in order to put through the system here.
It just, so you know, in the past, I've had a number of people come to me about kids walking to school to get to the Collettville School, which is a magnet school. So there are kids that use the bridge a lot to walk. What the number is, I don't know, but parents are concerned about their kids walking on that. So if we do look at it, even one side of the walking path would be better than nothing, but
Absolutely.
I didn't realize it was the height thing as well.
Yeah, and the height's the primary thing that's holding it back at this point.
Okay.
Negotiate through the provincial DFA process. There is a lot to that bridge, and that's why hundreds of hours of work spent on that bridge in particular, but we are working through it.
I just want to provide one piece of information that I think will be important for council in understanding why there's some holdup or why the bridge is a major focal point. Recognizing, as Sean indicated here, that there's a Q200 that's going to be set that will have many different spin-off effects, both for our flood mitigation plan, as well as what level things ought to be built to in the community elsewhere. Where this is largely the first infrastructure project where we need to move this forward, and the decision we make here is going to have runoff effects throughout every other decision that we make. There is a lot of time being taken to thoughtfully work through what level that ought to be built to. Initially there were some smart, highly capable individuals that were proposing numbers that may make sense for building a bridge to, but would have very damaging consequences for the rest of the city, because we either wouldn't be able to build up the rest of our infrastructure that high, or if we required homes to be built up at that level, we would need so many millions of truckloads of fill to come into our valley bottom, where it would just functionally not be feasible. And so we're working hard to strike a balance and make sure that the decision makers are going to land at a spot that is going to leave the community well protected, but also leave a community to build within by the time this is done. So lots of different moving parts and pieces, and we're nudging in the right directions so that that opportunity will still be there.
Thank you. And I agree. The recovery team has been amazing, but so has our emergency team. And the emergency team was mainly made up of staff initially, and the recovery team is made up of seconded staff and external staff so that our employees could go back to work. And that was somewhere around June. So it's given our employees a break. So, but great on the team and a lot of good work. And that's a 500-page document that you're talking about. Yeah.
It's a fairly significant read.
Yeah.
Bring some coffee.
I prefer this version. Thank you. Okay, and thank you very much. And give your regards to our team. We appreciate them.
I will do.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 7.2, zoning amendment bylaw number 2338, 2022, the former railway corridor. And which staff is doing this? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. For this item at the last council meeting, you had the public hearing, which you heard a number of different comments from the public who were largely not satisfied or thrilled about the particular approach for zoning. And the plan was to bring this forward for third reading at this meeting, but as council is well aware, if there's new information that's brought to the light in between, if you want to continue with the process, it would need to go to a further public hearing. And so I'm here to provide a little bit on that information update, and then potentially answer some of the questions and concerns that were raised by the public at that last meeting. So the logic as to why this was brought forward, I think, was one of the major questions. And naturally, when you're looking at transition housing for flood affected individuals, you have to be able to do something that is with some degree of speed, and that often leads towards using city owned properties. And this one here, where residential development had been contemplated on the property initially, that was largely the reasoning being taken. It would be possible to develop on this property. We would need to build it up so that it falls within the floodplain regulations that are set out in our floodplain bylaw if council were to bring that forward. That being said, number of people from the public were asking questions as to why it was that there weren't more details on the development itself, which is typical or customary with rezoning. It's not a requirement, but that is a typical process. The reasoning for that is largely because it wasn't prepared at the time, and function of transitional housing once more, in order to try speeding up the timelines to actually get people in as quickly as possible. We ran the investigation on the project itself contemporaneously with the rezoning processes. Is it getting cold again in here?
It is.
Greg or someone, you guys want to go take a peek at that and try and kick the heat up again for folks? So with where we're at right now, we have received the feasibility analysis back on a 16-unit development, 3D printed home development for the parcel. Quite frankly, staff aren't thrilled with where the pricing came in. Initially, we thought this was going to be able to be something that could be done for less than a stick build cost. That doesn't appear to be the case. I will say that because of this being, it puts us in a bit of a pickle. A lot of the provincial funding was because they want to see a 3D printed pilot project go forward in some capacity. There is also a private funder of $500,000 that wants to see a 3D printed project come forward. So this isn't to say that we may not come back with a much smaller 3D printed project utilizing provincial and private funding to do this, but as proposed, with a total all-in cost of $8.4 million for 16 units, and looking at costs of, with contingencies and all other costs built in, admittedly of $600 per square foot, that is just not something we can recommend in any way at this point. And so we are in the position right now where we either need to work with the project or work with the province to try and reposition funds, or substantially reduce the scope of this project to a point where that would satisfy their goals to test this out. Because I think the thought from their point is once this hits economies of scale, this could be a viable project moving forward. But the reason why costs are so high is because there aren't a whole lot of people doing it, and there isn't a lot of natural integration between existing builders and tradespeople with the 3D printing technology, which is really adding to the cost. So there's still a desire from their side to explore that. We will also have to work with a private funder to either scale this back and keep the $500,000 if they're okay with that, or return that $500,000 if they're not, which would be a loss for sure. But we're at a spot right now where staff is not recommending any continuation with that project. We feel this constitutes sufficiently new information that even though the rezoning may make sense on this parcel for the long run, at putting this to some use in addition to the trail use, which is going to proceed on this parcel no matter what, we think that it puts this squarely in council's ball court, if you will, as to whether you want to proceed with this bylaw or not, and if you do want to proceed, that it would need to go back to a public hearing to include this information. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for staff at this point? No? Okay, I thought you were going for your button. Councillor Luck.
Yeah, I have a question. Thank you for all the new information, everything, and some of the options that you've given us here, Mr. Smith. One of my concern is, well, not a concern, it's a hope. I kind of like the idea of us being a test ground for 3D homes. I don't have an issue with that. This project just wasn't sitting right with myself either, and I had some concerns about that, but it would sure be nice to possibly be a test ground for those. Aside from projects like this, if we could get a university or somebody involved in that, so we don't have to give the money back, but we could be a test ground. I don't know if that can happen, but that's outside the purview
Councillor
of what
Luck, do you have a question?
I just asked the question, is there something we can do to do this with the group moving forward, aside from this project? That's where I'm sitting at. Yeah.
I think that's the hope, and whether it's a city-led project, whether we partner with a private party to incorporate this into another housing project, we're going to need to go back and discuss that, because again, you don't want to give money back. Giving money back is a bad thing. Would we like to see this move forward in a scaled back scenario to explore this? Sure, I think that that's a fantastic option. We have discussed this as a team here, and we want to see what we can do to reposition funds as well as possible, and scale back project size and potentially location to be able to discuss what this might look like. But as it stands right now, we wouldn't be looking at anything like what was initially contemplated at a 16-unit building.
Yeah, good. Thank you for that.
So we have, we need to instruct staff on how to proceed. So either we look at proceeding against what they're asking us to do, or changing it up. Either continue to rezone the property, sell it to a developer, whatever we need to do, or leave it as is. And right now it's R2?
Portions are R2.
Okay. And Mr. Smith, you had a...
Yeah, that's okay, Your Worship.
Okay. And Councillor Luck.
Yeah, I'd like to get a discussion on the board. So I'd like to move a motion that council instructs staff to formally abandon the zoning amendment bylaw number 2338, 2022, and the rezoning application at this time.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Luck and Christofferson. And do you want to speak to it?
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah, when this first came to light, I had, and I'm coming from a position that everybody knows that I'm a strong housing advocate. I want housing everywhere and everywhere we can get it right now. It's almost a blight on our land. We just don't have enough housing for people. But this project, I think there's some good things about it, but for the most part, there was some unsettling things about it. The 3D printing home, I think, is a great idea, as I just spoke to. I knew it'd be nice to do that aside from this. But as we looked at that and looked around the province, and I did a little research, there's only, I think, one or two built in Canada or BC, I think, I could be corrected on that have been functionally usable at this particular time. I think it's something for the future and everything, but right now where we're at with housing, it wasn't going to be work. There was a lot of other variables too. Our infrastructure, we're still dealing with the infrastructure in this area in the community, so we're having to deal with that. We had some public that were really concerned about some of the application. I think that had to go with the flooding issue as well, and some of the things around the infrastructure as well. So I just wasn't feeling comfortable with this one. So that's why I thank you very much for this report. It's really helped us focus. Sometimes it's not a no, but it's just not right now for some of these things. So I really appreciate that, and I'm going to support the motion that I've just put on the table, of course. So thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Christofferson.
Just wanted some clarification because I like the motion that's going to be on the table. Is there the possibility that we could revisit the plan that came to council before, where there's a portion was a community park and then the rest was a linear park? Is there that portion? Is there that option ahead of us if we defeat this, or if we support this motion?
Mr. Smith. Oh, sorry, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. To answer the question through to Councillor Christofferson, yeah, of course, there's the existing zoning would remain in place until such time as council saw fit to bring forward another plan or proposal. And if you directed us to explore something else, that's absolutely a possibility. What we will say is that this corridor will be utilized for the West Merritt Active Transportation Path, and we have received grant funding for that. It's gonna happen. So there are community amenities that are going to be going in there. There is some opportunity for residential development should council choose to pursue it, but as noted, the existing R2 zone is only minimally viable for this parcel by the time you include the West Merritt active transportation path because of setbacks. So you would need variances if you wanted to go with the existing zoning. More realistic, you'd move to an R3 zone, and you can contemplate any other model of potential residential with that. Linear corridors are becoming more common as a opportunity for infill development and low-cost housing. What we're looking at here obviously did not prove to be low-cost housing by anybody's definition, but it's a model that has and can be used. Alternatively, it could be entirely a linear park or another corridor. So council will have an opportunity to choose and run with any of those options. But realistically, we're probably there are some requirements around bringing back a new zoning bylaw within 6 months, so it would probably marinate for at least that period.
Good, thank you.
And I think Councillor White was next.
Yeah, I just have one question about the 3D housing. $600 a square foot. How is that even feasible when you can build a house at $250 or $300 a square foot?
The answer is there's a lot of contingency baked into that because it's an uncertain technology. So when you build a stick frame or another form of housing, costs are fairly well known because it's been done before thousands and thousands and thousands of times. And so costing is done with a much higher degree of accuracy. With 3D printing, there's, I would say, here we included a 12% contingency, but I understand that there was additional contingency baked into other line items as well, just because it is new, it is uncertain. As well, everything needs to be brought in from the outside, whether you're talking about the crews, the material, etc., because of it being specialty work. And so by the time you do that, it's not that the technology itself wouldn't be able to do it at a lower cost. It's that doing it here in this location with how few people specialize in doing that work is a really it just proved out to be more expensive there. I can understand the provinces and others' perspective as to why they would want this looked at, and I think that it would still be cool if Merritt has an opportunity to do that, but it's not something that we are dying on the hill to make happen if it's not going to make sense economically.
Councillor Fair.
Thank you. Just for my own clarity and understanding, the motion that's on the floor would essentially mean that we wouldn't discuss rezoning of this area for 6 months. Whereas if we were to vote and agree on option number 1, then we would have staff research other housing options for that area and look into changing zoning.
That's correct.
In the nearer future.
So I think what you're suggesting would actually be a bit of a modification on the first option as well. So you are correct that if the zoning bylaw is abandoned, then we're not allowed to bring back that same zoning bylaw request for a period of 6 months. You could bring back a modified version if that was what you had desired to see. I think council is very well aware at this stage that a zoning proposal is divorced from the actual housing project behind it, but we are totally candid that was the project behind this. So if you proceed with this zoning, we would have to come up with a new project that matches the proposed zoning, which again, it may make sense for use of that parcel, but that's new information, and certainly the public would want to have another kick at the can as to whether that's something that's sensible. And I think the bigger thing is that with the timelines we're looking at, with what came back in that proposal, it wouldn't be fast anyways. So the whole point in doing a lot of this was so that we could get it done quickly. And if it's not going to be done quickly one way or the other, and we're coming into a winter season here, if there's more opportunity to discuss, think through either using this parcel for another use, or how we could reposition a project of a scaled back nature on another site, that would give us the chance to do it. So short of it is, abandoning it would cease the discussion. Continuing it would continue with the proposed zoning divorced from this particular project, because I don't think it's going to make sense to go through with that either way. Alternatively, you could make further amendments to the bylaw as you so chose if you wanted to see a different zoning layout, and that would still need to come back to another public hearing at a future date if there's a change in use or density.
So,
Thank you.
Councillor Itchart.
This is definitely a topic of concern for everyone, and my first thought was agreeing with Councillor Fair in the sense that if we amended this bylaw, we could come up with something different, but at the same time, with all the number of projects going on with repairing Canford and working on engineering the bridge, I think maybe this would be a good time to abandon this bylaw, and we can still look at the WSP plan, which was submitted back, December 10th, 2014, something like that, which had kind of a combo linear plan. And we have that project, which maybe we can look at in the future. And by we, who knows who's going to be on the next council, but I think it would be something that could be considered with more time and consideration, because everything has such a cost, and if you want to do it right, it takes time. So
yeah, you are correct that if we're not proceeding with this project, and we're highly recommending that we not, the time pressure is gone. We don't, if you want to sit on it, think about it, you want to see whether we can get the dike mitigation funding, does that change what we do on this parcel for council? All of those are options that remain on the table if you don't proceed.
thank you.
Thank you. I'm in agreement with Councillor Fair. I don't, first off, it's one of the only lands we have to build on. And this is an emergency. We need housing for our community. So if it's not us building 3D, and I agree, 3D is not the way to go at this point in time. But I think the rezoning is. There has been no developers look at that property for, I don't know how many years we've had it. It isn't viable at R2 to leave it the way it is, even to put it on the market for a developer to come in and do something with it. And I think this zoning at least gives us an opportunity to look at other kinds of development. And if we keep it as a city project, we can determine what that project looks like. If we sell it, then we sell it to developers. But I'm not prepared to abandon the project, the amendment at this point, the zoning amendment. I think we need to look at it. I think we need to keep the zoning on it and at least have the ability to rezone it. I don't want to leave it as it is. So I am going to vote against this resolution. Councillor Fair.
Thank you, and I just wanted to add to that because it's difficult to imagine for most of us, any of us, what exactly housing in that spot would look like. But I think it's going to be difficult to imagine what housing will look like in almost any spot we have left to develop. So these decisions are going to be difficult at every turn. So I don't think avoiding the difficult decisions will help us in the long run.
So I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Does not carry. Defeated. So I'd like to ask for another motion to be made, perhaps to rezone. Councillor Fair?
I'll make the motion, option number 1, council instructs staff to prepare another public hearing for the property, including all new information.
Do we need to have a seconder? Etchart, seconded. Any discussion on this?
I just want to make sure you guys are landing where you want. As drafted for Travis, or for Councillor Fair's comments here, this would be the existing zoning that was already being proposed going back to a public hearing. If that's what council wants, then that's perfect. That's just, you have to be aware that that's what would be happening here. If what you are asking is for us to bring back a report for you to consider with proposed alternate zoning options or something to that effect, we could do that as well. It's still going to need to go back for amendments and a further public hearing at that point. So, but I just would like to know if the intent of the motion was to continue with the proposed zoning.
Councillor Fair.
All right, to respond to that, I'll just say that I think that the proposed zoning, like I said, is difficult to imagine for me. I'm not a developer. So if there is an amendment to the motion that would allow it for more opportunity to determine what the options are, then I'm not against that. My intention here is that the motion will allow us to go forward with making available land available through the zoning.
So you're talking the same zoning that our first?
Yeah, I'll stick with the original motion for the same zoning.
Okay, thank you. And was that your intent as well, Councillor Richard? Yeah. Okay. Any comments? Councillor White.
I can't see how by the time that this property is brought up to a level of being able to build on it to begin with, because it is in the floodplain, how it's going to create affordable housing along there. Because by the time the cost of the properties, it's not going to be cheap for that. And then the house on top of that, or the buildings on top of that, we're no longer talking about affordable housing along there. So that's my position with that. And yeah, I don't support this at all.
Councillor Luck.
When I rake a bunch of stuff on the chalkboard and we're not sure where we're going with it, the best way to clarify is I erase everything on the chalkboard and start again. And I think that was the intent of my first motion here. There is nothing this council is going to do, because a lot of us will probably not even be back here in 3.5 weeks. I don't see the point of trying to postpone this thing any longer. We know we want housing. We know there is. The reason I moved the motion is we let the new council decide on this. It will be housing eventually, somehow, some form, some shape. But right now we've muddied the water. We've given staff something to do that they're not even sure what they're going to do now moving forward, because you've muddied the water. But that's my only comment. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Richard? Councillor Christopherson, you want to weigh in on this? Councillor
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm lost on this, because I don't want us to continue down the path that we were. I don't think it's suitable for the 3D printing housing. In fact, I don't think it's suitable for housing, period. Those lots are extremely narrow. I had a safety concern with the project as envisioned at any rate, because the pathway was going to go right in front of the houses. It's for bicycles and pedestrians, the whole bit. And if there's any parking that's allowed for it, those bicycles and pedestrians are going to be crossing people's driveways all the way along, unless there aren't any driveway, is no parking, and it's out on the street, which again is dangerous. So I don't like the whole concept of having housing down there at all. I liked the concept of having a community garden at one end and a linear park that could be developed basically as rails to trails asked us. So I'm terribly confused now. I actually support what Councillor Luck said of clear the table and let staff get on to coming up with something else.
Well, we have a motion on the table to instruct staff to prepare another public hearing for the property, including all new information. A new design, a new concept that, from my understanding, was not particularly 3D at this point. So seeing no more information, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? And that's a tie. It's defeated. Okay.
So you want me to put my motion back on the table? Do we need a motion at this point?
We need a motion, but not the same one.
Yeah, we can have the same one, Merritt. Is there statutory legislation that I can't have the same motion back on the table?
I'm calling on the Corporate Services Manager, Director. Mr. Lois.
Just grabbing this rarely used section of the procedure bylaw, Your Worship.
Probably change 2 words in it.
I have a feeling that this actually contains my discretion, but I will get to you as soon as we can. Motions must be moved, seconded. Withdrawn motions, procedural motions. We have 35 instances of motions in here. Inadmissible ones, contrary to law, you're required to vote, we all know that. It is defeated. Amendments. If an amendment is defeated, it cannot be reproposed in the same debate. I don't think we actually say that about the main motion. So, I mean, if you wanted to make it ever so slightly different than in my discretion, I would certainly advise you that at this point you want to be voting on something.
Yes, absolutely. But not exactly the same one as we defeated earlier.
Oh, a couple of
Councillor Richard.
I think everybody here is wanting to see something happen with that piece of land, even if it's to be a park. And I just think right now, if we can change the zoning or have something in the progress, we can't. I think the big concern is leaving it empty or leaving it so we do nothing for 6 months, being that we're in an emergency. But whatever decision that we make, it should be so that we can consider something, or the next council can at least consider something. And so that's my only concern. Having it as a residential piece that was there isn't going to work with the 3D housing, and I understand that it's too expensive, but having the zoning doesn't mean that we're going to put up some 4-story building or anything like that either. So I think everyone's just concerned that we want to take some kind of action rather than nothing.
Do you have a motion in mind?
I do not. My only concern was that if we don't zone for anything, are we going to let it sit for years again? So I don't have a motion in mind. Leaving it as park for now and applying for rezoning perhaps? I don't know what everyone else thinks.
That's what my motion would be.
I'm going to go to Mr. Smith first.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if you let this sit, it would have the exact same function as option 2. We just never bring forward a bylaw. It never gets adopted and it doesn't go anywhere because we haven't been directed to have a public hearing after we've had new information. So that would be option 1. You can just do absolutely nothing and it would be the exact same as what option 2 where that would have brought you. You can direct staff to bring back a further report on whatever it is that you want to see. It's totally within your purview. You can direct for further community consultation if that's something that you would like to see. But if I do want to say that it would make sense to have a motion on the table, but you could choose to do nothing and precisely nothing would happen. So.
And it's worth noting that one of the formal options, which is present in every report, is that you can vote to receive a report for information and not take any further action at this time.
Thank you.
That doesn't work for them either.
Cover the game.
I think Councillor Luck was first.
I'm first. So you can defeat my motion if you want, Kirk, and then we go that. I might add a word or two. I'd like to move a motion that council instructs staff to formally abandon zoning amendment bylaw 6/3/38/2022 and the rezoning application, and explore additional ideas for the railway right-of-way. Corridor, sorry. In the future.
Is there a seconder for that?
A second.
Discussion on this one. This is not asking staff to go back and do another report. This is.
Your Worship,
I think I added that in there.
the wording I recorded, Your Worship, was the Council instructs staff to formally abandon Bylaw 2338/2022 and the accompanying rezoning, and to explore additional ideas for the railway corridor in the future. So I think on that basis, the planning staff would take instruction to bring forward alternate proposals, although that would not happen within the next few weeks.
Okay. And we're all good with that? There is no comments? Okay. I would like us to, when we had a quote on the park, for previous council, we had it $800,000 for a park on that land, plus the whole corridor, all of it. It's the only land we have as council that we own that we can put towards housing. And I would like to see an amendment that we put some kind of recognition that we're looking at housing for this property. But I need a seconder.
We'll second.
This is an amendment to the motion.
So, Your Worship, this would be moving an amendment to insert explore additional ideas for railway corridor, to insert the word housing between additional ideas, to make the motion that Council instructs staff to formally abandon 2338/2022 and to explore additional housing ideas for the railway corridor in the future.
Yes. Does anyone want to speak to this? Okay. I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Carried. That's the amendment. Do we want to speak to the main motion now? Okay, seeing no comments. All in favor? Carried. Whew. That was easy. So now we move to 7.3, which is Merritt and Nicola Valley Tourism Destination Marketing Society. Okay, you need to declare.
I'm part of Tourism Nicola Valley, so I need to excuse myself.
Thank you. And somebody has to remind me that she's still out there when we're done this. I think I left her out there the last time. And a staff report on this, please. Who is doing the staff report? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to acknowledge that Mr. Gerard is in the audience as well if Council has any particular questions regarding the Merritt Nicola Valley Destination Marketing Society. As Council requested, we're bringing this report back as a follow-up to the request that was made by TNV at the last Council meeting that Council designate TNV as the DMO. In terms of further background to that, Council will recognize that we have, that you've directed us to work with the Merritt Nicola Valley Destination Marketing Society towards reestablishing the municipal and regional district tax in the city of Merritt, which is the tax that allows for hoteliers to charge for what ultimately amounts to tourism marketing, funding tourism marketing in the city, as well as potentially affordable housing as well. And that you directed staff to explore the option of Merritt Nicola Valley Destination Marketing Society being designated as the eligible entity to receive program funds under the terms of the Provincial Sales Act, which sets out the MRDT program. So since that time, which it feels like a lifetime ago, there's a whole bunch of things that have happened. So first off, DNV has been busy with their websites and their various blogging and initiatives, and they've been continuing on the work that they've been doing since that time. We've also had a number of discussions with the executive director for DNV around what the steps that would need to happen in order to implement the MRDT in the city of Merritt would need to be. Challenge is that neither party is staffed at this time, and what happened with COVID, ultimately tourism wasn't a huge priority during COVID days. And we had multiple discussions as to how we could potentially make this go, but ultimately determined that we would need some degree of external support to actually get this thing off the ground, in developing communications plan for the hoteliers and a tourism plan for some assistance in getting a joint vision put together for what tourism can look like in Merritt and the Nicola Valley. In November 2021, the city did post a request for expression of interest for that purpose, which is unfortunate timing that we posted for a contractor and then got dinged by the flood. And so we didn't really track people down on that RFP the way we normally would. We didn't flog it everywhere. And so we didn't receive any responses to the request. So since then, in March 2022, the city has received a $500,000 grant from what was then the Ministry of Forest Lands and Natural Resource Operations and Rural Development, of which $90,000 was allocated towards setting up a sustainable tourism model for Merritt. And in particular, that was $50K towards the 5-year tourism plan, $10K towards sustainable funding sources such as the MRDT, and the city also has $20K set aside from another grant for that, so we have a total of $30 set aside there, and then $30K for the development of a long-term governance structure for the Merritt and the Nicola Valley. So these are the resources the council has at your disposal right now to provide direction as to where we go next. So from there, that's all background to put us to where we are today with the DMO request, Destination Marketing Organization request. One of the major things that I want to highlight at the bottom of page 2, because I think this question has come up a number of times, is that it is not a requisite that you have a destination marketing organization in order to establish a municipal and regional district tax levy. Those are distinct, separate processes. Having a DMO doesn't necessarily lead to an MRDT, nor does having an MRDT require that you have a DMO. Totally separate, and it's important to recognize that when you're voting today, you aren't voting yes or no for the MRDT. You are voting expressly on whether or not it makes sense to designate TNV as the destination marketing organization representing our municipality. First and foremost, the only thing that staff is absolutely insistent on in this space, and so is TNV for what it's worth, we've had many discussions on this, is that we have to set up the tourism model that's going to be successful for years into the future, and that the current system really isn't sustainable. For many years, functionally, the city and TNV were, in my view, in direct competition with each other, and had different directions. It made it quite confusing as a member of the public or an external party as to who was the official representative for the city of Merritt. And so council has the opportunity to weigh in today as to whether you allow TNV to represent the city of Merritt as a DMO currently, or whether you want to defer that process until after we've undertaken a governance process, And there are potentially benefits and drawbacks to either one of those positions. So let's start with the benefits of naming TNV as a DMO today. I will say that they highlighted these in much more detail in their reports to council at the last meeting, so please take their words for it more than just staff's. But the big thing for them is it does genuinely allow them greater access to training, networking, and funding opportunities. And if they have greater access to funding opportunities, ultimately that can be a positive thing for our city, because more marketing happening is positive for businesses in the community, particularly where we know that many businesses are struggling right now with a number of waves, whether it be COVID or flood, or closing of large industrial businesses that have caused real struggles for businesses in our community. So potential benefits there for sure. Acknowledging as well that TNV has won multiple awards for its tourism marketing, including both the 2021 and 2022 Canada Prestige Awards for the Marketing Program of the Year. Additionally, they won in 2021 the BC Economic Development Association Community Project Award for the under 20,000 population category for its Experience Nicola Valley marketing program. The other thing is, speaking very candidly, TNV is the only organization, including the city, they're the only organization providing destination marketing services at the present time. So naming them as a DMO would legitimize and formalize that role, and it would have the added benefit of allowing city to concentrate its staff resources on other functions. The drawbacks to doing this right now is that we have not yet undertaken that process of researching and developing a long-term sustainable governance structure and funding model. And so if, and we're not saying it would come to this conclusion, but if there was a conclusion other than naming TNV a DMO that came out as part of that process, it would put us in a really uncomfortable position because one, though it is possible to revoke a DMO designation, with where we've been, where we are, I think that would be a really bad outcome for everyone involved. It's costly both in terms of administration, but also damage to relationships and reputation, which we don't want to go through right now. So the short of it is, if staff very much feels that if council feels that no matter what we do, we go through this process, it's going to be TNV that you name as the DMO, we don't have a problem with you doing that now. If you feel that there's some other structure that you want to talk about, that you want to explore, a hybrid society that is created, there are other options that can be considered, and so we don't want to minimize that. But if you think that that's something you want to do as part of a determination around setting up a new tourism structure, then maybe it does not make sense to go with the DMO designation today. We'll leave that determination to you. The only thing that staff thinks is critical is that under either one of those options, we have to get to work largely immediately on this 5-year tourism plan and what our long-term structure is going to be. And I think that that work has to be done with TNV regardless of which direction Mayor and Council choose to go today in regards to the DMO request. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? Councillor Fair.
Thank you. Just if you could remind me, please, what the process that was about to be embarked upon. I just couldn't quite find it in the report here. Just wanted some clarity on that. That was ended basically because of the flood. For a third party?
Great question. So we had discussed with the executive director of TNV previously around getting a third party contractor in to support us in all of the steps that would need to be taken in order to set up that municipal and regional district tax, including some external support for working with council and TNV around the 5-year tourism plan, which is one of the requirements of setting up setting up the MRDT. At that time, we weren't necessarily talking about structural components, but they certainly could do that as well. And seeing as we have the funding available, whether you do the DMO designation now or later, we think that it's imperative that Council and TNV gets together to work on those items sooner rather than later. So external consultant is what that was for.
Councillor Etchart.
Hearing all the information, I was ready to move a motion for one of the options.
Okay.
and that would be option number 2, that council work directly with the board of TNV to establish and develop a long-term sustainable tourism structure and a 5-year tourism plan, and defer the decision of designating TNV as a DMO until after that time.
Okay, we've got Etchart and Christofferson. Anyone want to speak to this? Councillor Christofferson, and then Fair.
Okay, I really like the fact that we're moving forward to develop a model that will work for the city, but we don't have that model just yet, and I'd like to see more details before. I think it's imperative that we work together. I like the fact that we would be working with TND to develop a model, but I'd like to see the model in place. Otherwise, I think it's putting the cart before the horse. We need to have a plan developed and then choose the DMO as far as something that makes sense to me. So I like the option 2.
Thank you. And Councillor Fair, and then Councillor Richard.
I'll echo Councillor Christofferson's comments, and I just want to add a thank you to Tourism Nicola Valley for all the work they've done since, I believe, 2012, when they basically asserted themselves in a vacuum of tourism marketing that was the state in Merritt. So I want to recognize that and say thank you for all the work they've done.
Councillor Etchart.
I just wanted to say the reason that I wanted to go with this option is because we received the grant funding to come up with a plan to work with the TNV. So I think we should have a plan to work with. So that's more concrete, something stable, an active plan for 5 years of where we want to go. Mutual agreeable, so that we're not working in competition, we're working in harmony, and that's the best way to move forward. I do appreciate everything that TNV's done, the great blogs that they have out there, all the information. It's positive information that bring lots of positive visits and comments to the community, and I appreciate all the awards that they've had, and a lot of the bloggers are all sorts of residents in Merritt, the artists, Merritt BC, Food Bank. They feature so many different places that I think it's a real positive, but having a stable plan is key. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Luck.
Yes, I will not be supporting this motion. I think it's time to get on with it. We've been dealing with this for 3-4 years now. They've been doing a fantastic job, TNV. I would remind you as well, they're the ones that did the Hell or High Water concert, raised over $1 million in funds for flood victims in Merritt here. And a few other communities. I think a few other communities got a little bit. And I think it's just time to get on with it and let them, if we move motion number 1, they can work all the details out and get going with it. We're lagging. Our tourism is suffering because we don't have a proper organization and a DMO in place. I believe, I could be wrong, but I think it hasn't been voting us very well the last little while. So to take option number 2, I just think we're just postponing the inevitable gain. I think we got to get on with this and get it done. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
I will be supporting this motion. I think TNV has done some great things within the city and outside of the city, and I like where they're headed. I'm not looking at another organization, but I am looking at doing our due diligence and ensuring that we have the governance structure in place, that we have the comprehensive 5-year plan in place, and that we have the funding sources for the MRDT. And I think at that point, when we've done what we said we were going to do over the last few years, then that's the time to establish the DMO. Up until that time, I'm not sure what, once we establish a DMO, then how do we put the governance structure in afterwards? It needs to be done first. And I agree, it's putting the cart before the horse at this point. So I will support this motion. Mr. Smith.
This is a logistical question that won't affect the determination that you make on the vote, but timing-wise, of course, it's unique given we're coming up on election. I'm presuming that the intent from council here is that we slot this in as something of a council orientation. Is that sort of the vision as we if we were to bring this forward, or is it your vision that we are doing this in the next, like, 2 weeks?
I think you need to be working on the whole grant that we got for the sole purpose of
For sure.
making it
I
happen.
just recognize there's a lot of heavy lifting that would needs to happen here, regardless of which
I don't
direction
know why you'd
council
need
goes.
to do it within 2 weeks, so I'm not really clear on where this would.
Just asking, is this a new council thing? Are you guys expecting to do this yourselves? Okay, that's all. That's all I needed to know.
Well, the projects themselves are still ongoing.
For sure, but recognizing that getting council and TNV together, am I
Right.
scheduling that in the next
Okay.
couple weeks with this council, or is this the next council?
The next
Again,
council.
ordinarily, I just let this play out, but
Yeah.
I needed to know what your expectations were, so I don't miss the boat on
At
this.
this point, we don't have time with this council.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, you didn't understand the question. So, okay, we are done with this. Can we bring in? Oh, haven't, oh, okay. I will call a question. All in favor? Opposed?
Oh, sorry, I'm opposed, sorry. I fell asleep there. I'm opposed.
Thank you. Thank you, and now we can call him, Councillor White. Okay. Do we need to take a break, a 5-minute break? Is anyone needing a 5-minute break, a 10-minute break? It is a long one. As soon as Ms. White gets back in, we will call a 5-minute break.
We'll be here till after 10, so if you're not. What?
Yeah, there's still a lot, yes, there's still a lot of,
8:43, you still got 8 items on the agenda.
okay, and I'm just going to recess for 10 minutes. Okay, so we are back in session, and I have a request. We need to move 2 items up on the agenda, 9.2 and 8.3. And I need unanimous support for that, so I'm going to, okay, Luck, White, and all in favor? Carried. Unanimous. So we'll work on 9.2 first, the sponsorship request. And staff report. Who's going to do the staff report? Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Your Worship, Norm was intending to be here for this. He extends his regrets. He's ill today. So this report comes with the recommendation from staff that council approve a sponsorship request from the Merritt Secondary School, who, congratulations on your successful proposal to host the AA Girls Volleyball Provincial Championships. And we as staff think this is makes a ton of sense that we would allow them to use the Civic Center and provide these in-kind supports. Recognizing that you probably have a question as to why we're not doing this in grant and aid, but of course we don't fund other public levels under grant and aid, so we're striking this up as sponsorship because we felt that council would probably think that this is a good idea overall and wanted to find a way to allow you to make that happen should you so choose. Would like to acknowledge that we do have representatives who are assisting with organizing that tournament here if you have any questions, but I understand that this would be to allow them to host the banquet at the Civic Center.
And
Sponsor it.
okay, Luck and Christofferson and Luck, and we're right into now. No questions for staff. So either one of you want to speak to this motion? Okay.
I just think it's a tremendous opportunity for the. There. Okay. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for the students to be able to host this event, and we're trying to encourage the kids in our community to participate as much as possible, and then this is one way that we can pat them on the back and say, fly at it. So I think it'll be right up for a very good use. So I support it.
Thank you. And Councillor Fair.
Thank you. It was a little premature pushing the button there. Yeah, I just wanted to say great job attracting this championship to Merritt. Love to see positive things like this being brought to the city, adding some things to do and just all kinds of good offshoots. So congratulations and thank you.
And Councillor Etchart.
I think I want to echo the same comments. It's exciting to see things like tournaments coming to Merritt, and I think it's a great opportunity to sponsor the high school with an event like this, and I would support it. It's nice to see something like that happen, and being that it takes so long to plan things, I think that if we don't approve it, we just need to support it. So, yeah.
Say it quickly. It's late. Yeah, and I agree. I think anything we can do to get more events in the area right now and bring that sense of community back to the city, I think we need to support that. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you. And the next one was the... The other one was 8.3, tax exemption. Is that the one from the tax exemption? And Mr. Lewis, this is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Once again, with Mr. Thompson's apologies, it's my turn to sub in. So, as you're very well aware, Council has authority to provide permissive tax exemptions under Section 224 of the Community Charter. This is a request by the new or potentially new owners of one of our assisted living facilities. They're requesting that a permissive exemption be granted. This would require a majority vote under section 224. The staff report, I believe Mr. Thompson went through things in reasonable detail, and the applicant is, as I've noted, in the chamber tonight if you have any questions for them, or if you'd like any questions about the community charter provision, then I'm also available.
Are there any questions for Mr. Lois? Councillor Richard.
In reading the report, it mentions that the new owner would be taking this more as a supportive housing. So would this simply be for seniors, or would it be open to new applicants? Because with the amount that they're looking for, the 64,000, this would really impact the next council at budget time. So it's really something to consider, because the 64,000 will have to be spread into the residential tax unit, which already was paying about 54%. Was it 54% or 47% last year's budget? Well, anyway, it would really impact everything, and so I'm a little concerned about how this might affect everything.
And about 84,000 is 1%.
Yeah,
to our taxpayers.
Yeah, so it's like 0.75-ish.
Any other questions for Sean, or did you get your question answered? I did.
Your Worship, I think we've established at many meetings that I am not the person you want to ask detailed financial figure questions to. What I can tell you is that land which was owned and used exclusively for elderly citizens, if it was constructed between 47 and 74, is a different section of the exemptions, but section 224, one of the provisions there is about the licensed community care facilities or registered assisted living residences. So, yeah, and there's the Housing Construction Elderly Citizens Act section under K is a different subsection. So there's a couple of different criteria that this could fall into depending on its current and future use. But if it ceased the complying use, then it would cease its entitlement to an exemption.
And Councillor, I'm not sure. Councillor White.
Councillor Lutkenko.
Well, Councillor White, you're up.
I'm just curious as to what kind of a precedence this is going to set if we go ahead with this.
Is that a staff question?
If that's a staff question, through your worship to Councillor White, we do have a number of buildings which are currently exempt from taxation under the permissive taxation regulations, and so this is an application to simply append this to the section of the bylaw. That said, this would be the first entry under this particular provision of the community charter. There are currently no others in our permissive exemptions which fall into this particular exemption.
Well, and our tax exemptions usually come with new bills, right?
Different tax.
No.
You've shut your mic off.
There's a variety of ways that a building can be exempt from taxes. The permissive tax regime is one essentially where the municipality says this isn't something where we have to give you reductions, and also it isn't something where you are saying you've done something which will add necessarily economic vitality, but this is something which provides services that we believe are useful, even though they're non-governmental in nature, and therefore it's a way of providing assistance to that without violating the community charter's prohibition on assistance to businesses. There are, as noted, a number of other things. For example, religious buildings are statutorily exempt and cannot be taxed. And then if, say, someone was constructing a new building and we had a functioning revitalization tax exemption bylaw, then that could be a way that we municipally make them exempt. But this is requesting exemption under the community charter, or for an area where you have authority but not requirement to exempt people from taxes.
Okay. Thank you.
And everyone's on, but right now it's going to be Luck, and I'm not sure. Christopherson and then Etchart.
Thank you, Mayor. these get challenging in an aging community like ours, and I'm not saying I'm against it or anything, but it's starting to get challenging in communities like ours. We have a lot of citizens aging and more of these developments going up, and if we've got, I think we said something 5 or 6 other facilities like this at 600,000, I could be wrong, let's just pull numbers, $50,000 a piece, we're at $300,000 or so already tax exempt. That's a lot of money to distribute to those that aren't aging anymore across the community. And so this gets a real challenge for communities like ours. So I'm wondering, because housing, healthcare, and all those things are really a provincial and federal matter, do we get any relief from the provincial or federal government? And if we don't, maybe that's exactly what we should be looking for, because like I say, an aging community like ours, it can get really challenging, and not only an aging community, but a small community. This really starts affecting us when we start. What if 4 more came up next year, wanted permissive tax exemptions? That is my concern. Where does this all go? Like I say, I don't want to be mean, and I'm not trying to go against the thing, but I'm trying to look into the future and see where this all goes, the road it goes down. It's got to, as a citizen and as a taxpayer myself, this gets a little discouraging, because that means my taxes are going to go up. We give this person, and then if we get 4 or 5 or 6 more of these, and we all want affordable housing, we all want, senior care and all that. This gets challenged for small communities like ours moving down the road. So I don't know who can answer that, if we can answer it, but I just feel there should be some help from the provincial government, but I'm probably daydreaming again.
We're not aware of any pocket of funds.
I know.
Councillor Christopherson?
A couple quick questions. Is Nicola Meadows currently tax exempt?
No.
No. And we've got other BC housing buildings in town, some fairly recent. Are they tax exempt?
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up the current list of our exemptions.
So if I guess my point would be if the BC housing ones aren't tax exempt, and Nicola Meadows is just an example of a seniors, there are other seniors complexes. If they're not tax exempt, why would we open this door?
So, through your worship to Councillor Christopherson, if I may, there are approximately, looks like 24 entries under the Schedule B, charitable, philanthropic and other not-for-profit organisations, which I know is not exactly the same, but somewhat similar, including, for example, Nicola Valley Senior Housing Society, Nicola Valley Healthcare Endowment Foundation Society. This isn't to say that just because you have granted exemptions to those in the past that you need to or should grant this exemption. But I'm just looking, there are approximately 10 pages of schedules to our existing permissive tax exemption bylaw, and that includes things which are completely disconnected from this, like the, say, parking lots around churches, which, again, to take a different example, religious buildings themselves are exempt by law. We're not allowed to tax them. They're parking lots, however, you have a choice, and you typically choose to exempt them as well. The golf club, they are optionally exempt under a different section of legislation, and the city has chosen to exempt them. This would be the first under the registered assisted living facilities section, but it would not be necessarily out of character with some other ones which have been granted in the past.
So just to follow up then, Encore owns facilities in Kamloops, correct?
Is it Mona? Are you Mona?
Perhaps Mona.
Could you come to our podium, please, and answer some questions for us?
Good call.
Thank you.
Council members, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, we do own buildings in Kamloops. The Encore Society has been going for a very long time. It was formerly Strutt Manor, which closed down because it was very old. So we built a project called Riverbend Manor in Brocklehurst, and a few years later added Mayfair, which is right adjacent to it. And our society provides affordable rents for seniors. And I'll give you an example of that. They get a nice studio apartment with a small fridge and a microwave. They get 3 meals a day, housekeeping once a week. We have activities. We have a bus that takes them in the community, and a lounge, a library, a theater, for $1,500 a month. I mean, I don't know where else you would find that. And there certainly is a need. And so we have had tax exemptions from the city of Kamloops for those 2 buildings. And then this year, with the excess proceeds that we've made with our society, we purchased a building called Silvercrest Manor in Kamloops. It was a 55-plus building. We bought it for the purpose of protecting rents for seniors. So our rents are geared to income. So in some cases, we went in there and some tenants had their rents reduced. Some tenants needed more care than what they had in that facility because there was no meal prep or anything there. So we've brought some of them over to our Riverbend Manor. And we do have a tax exemption on that property. And then just recently, we purchased 12 units plus a common room in an airspace property in Kamloops, and the city has given us a full tax exemption on that property. Those 12 units in the common room are for persons with a developmental disability, which is another area that we're permitted to, provide housing for. And I am aware at Nicola Meadows that there's at least 1 individual there that falls under that category. But Nicola Meadows is very much like our facilities. When you walk in there, it's got great staff. They do meals, they support their staff. So it really twigged us when we went through there. So we very much like to proceed with that project.
Councillor Christopherson, did you have a follow-up?
Can I just follow it up?
Yeah. Okay.
Now Nicola Meadows is going up for sale.
Yes.
What difference will this make, would this make to the residents that are currently in Nicola Meadows? Will their rent go up or down?
No, it'll be on rent geared to income, so their rents will stay the same. We hope we can add some value to it in some other ways. The difference is that Nicola Meadows has been running for profit. We're a not-for-profit. During the last 2 years of COVID, we struggled with increasing costs for food, for other supplies, for the PPE and the sanitation we had to do. We didn't increase anybody's rent. We kept it the same. That's our purpose.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there any other questions?
Yes, Councillor Richard has one. Councillor, I don't know if you have a question. I'm sorry. This is.
Well, maybe I don't now. No. I'm very familiar with the Mayfair and Riverbend units in Kamloops because it's just off of Fortune, isn't it?
Yeah, Tronquillo, just across from Rock Shopping Center. Yep.
Cuts over, yeah. But I know that we had been looking at our changing the permissive tax, and so after the last application that we had up on Walters, so I don't know if with this that we have to do the whole thing, or would this really impact, like, I understand that you want to keep the costs and everything lower to maintain everything as a not-for-profit, but is the facility full right now?
No, it has some vacancies, and we believe we can enhance that as well. We believe we can fill that building.
I think I would be more, if it's open to other people maybe who have other disabilities and whatnot, and just for seniors, that would also be an attractive thing, as we don't really have a lot of supportive housing in Merritt. But.
Right, and one of the things we talked about is respite for persons with a developmental disability, providing respite services. So if parents that have aging, children that are mentally disabled, they could come and stay with us for 2 weeks or a month so mom and dad can have a holiday. We think there's real merit in that, for sure.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I have a question for you. Is your application with BC Housing dependent on a permissive tax exemption?
No, they look at all the numbers and then decide. We have to make the numbers work because they basically provide us with a mortgage. They provide funding. So our numbers have to work or else we don't get the funding from them.
Okay. Mr. Smith, did you have another comment?
I did. Your Worship, I just really want to make sure we aren't conflating the tax revitalization exemption scheme under which the Walters development proceeded, which we don't have a bylaw for right now, you guys will recall, but have asked us to again redo that one. So I think that's the one you were referring to, Councillor Etchart. That one is separate and was geared towards a mixture of industrial properties and residential properties that were being developed at 75 units per hectare or greater. The permissive tax exemption scheme is different, with the authority coming directly from the community charter and having those prescribed purposes for which you either must give an exemption or you may give an exemption. And as Greg alluded to earlier here, this is one category for which you may give it, but it's a totally different scheme from one that is trying to generate economic development opportunities in your community or spur new housing creation. This one is much more of a leaning towards there's organizations that are providing some community good, some community benefit in various different categories that you're wanting to ease their burden because they are providing a service in the community that is otherwise not easily or affordably provided. So different mechanisms, both getting to the spot of giving tax exemptions. This one here is a 100% exemption of the municipal portion, actually, and the non-municipal portion as well. So it's a different item. You just have to keep coming back for exemptions, but you could continually have this for 20 years, whereas the other scheme is graduating over 4. Hopefully that clears that up a little bit.
And I would just like to say that we have over 30% of our residents are seniors, and a lot of them are having issues with where they're living. We have no place for disabled adults. Even the idea of respite alone is worthwhile. I'm going to be voting for this just because I think it's worthy enough and our seniors deserve to have affordable places, and this will help them tremendously. So I don't see any other comments. I'm going to call the question. All in. We don't have a motion. Okay. We were still in the question period. It's getting late. Okay, I apologize. Permissive tax exemption bylaw 2345 2022. We need to read it a first time. Etchart, Christofferson. And I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? I didn't see. How did you guys vote? I'm not quite sure. You voted in favor? Okay, both? Councillor Luck? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So that carries. And that council read the proposed permissive tax exemption bylaw 2345 2022 a second time. Etchart, Christofferson? Glad I asked first before we discussed. Any discussion? None? That's because I asked it first. All in favor? Opposed? None. And that council read the proposed permissive tax exemption bylaw 2345 2022 a third time. Christofferson, Etchart, and I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried.
Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say we'd love to do more in Merritt.
Well, there's
stay in touch.
32 beds that we have lost, 32 or 34 from one of assisted living. So
anyway,
yes,
hope
we need more. We need lots more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now back to 8.1. I think that's where we left off. Mm-hmm. So now, Mr. Lois, this is your staff report.
Thank you, Your Worship, as I just frantically scroll back in my copy of the Charter. So now we're heading into Section 40, which is the road dededications, or various forms of ownership and control. As you're aware, at a recent meeting, the proposal came forward for rezoning on the Bann Street property, which included a number of issues to do with the shape, size, and scope of the development. You may recall from that there was a slightly weird cutout in the north of the parcel, which was a dedication of road which was created by the deposit of a subdivision plan. But the road has never been constructed or opened, and at this point it is causing problems for the potential development as the Ban Street developers would like to bring it forward. Roadways vest in the municipality, but because we have never constructed the roadway and never done anything with it, the title has never been raised at the Land Title Office, and so it's basically just legally sitting there on a subdivision plan as belonging to us, but never having anything done with it. As a result of all of this, the city is looking to, or staff believe it would be appropriate, to read the road dedication removal bylaw, which would result in removing the formal dedication of road from that section of land, and then instructing staff to raise title to that land. The reason that this would then be beneficial, we would then be in possession of a registered title of land, which would then potentially be in a position where it could be added to the existing portion of land through a sale process. The rezoning application has not come forward for a public hearing at this meeting because it's been paused for other reasons. I do want to emphasize that the road dededication and the rezoning applications, although they're connected, neither one is explicitly dependent upon the other. And so you are able to continue with a rezoning process even if you do not wish to proceed with this bylaw, but also choosing to proceed with this bylaw tonight does not commit you in any way to taking a decision for or against the rezoning application should it come forward again in future. So I do just want to emphasize that, as I say, although the two are connected, they are not contingent upon each other in either direction. The subdivision plan is attached to the proposed bylaw, which is in your agenda packs, 2345. It represents approximately 0.252 hectare area of land immediately south of Nicola Avenue and adjacent to the Ban Street parcel. The provisions under the community charter require that before you adopt a road, the removal of a road dedication by bylaw, that you must provide public notice. So if you do give this 3 readings today, we will seek to provide that notice, and that must be done before it can come back for adoption. So when it comes back for adoption will depend on exactly how the timings of notice works out. But other than that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions for Mr. Lewis? Mr. Smith?
One thing, and we acknowledge it ordinarily, we love to have all of this buttoned up for you perfectly. We got this in fairly short order before our meeting in preparation of the agenda. We are still going to be talking to the developer about one question in regards to this. You'll notice that they functionally leave in a portion of road that would be dedicated to the municipality. Not that there's any huge problem with that, but then it commits the alignment to being exactly that when the time does come forward for rezoning and subdivision. Whereas if the entirety were to be undedicated and then have them put in the road on the subdivision plan later, it may allow for a little bit more flexibility. Not to mention, again, we'll have to talk it through, but I'm assuming then that the logic here is that we wouldn't sell this portion, which we're talking about 400 square meters. It's not going to be a huge dollar figure, but want to talk it through. And so there is still one element that we will be working on with the developer as we bring this forward. But we are absolutely in favor of the general principle of a road removal of road dedication, road dededication, whatever you want to use the terminology for here, seeing as it serves no viable purpose as road for the city of Merritt and would allow for a housing development to proceed and would potentially provide some cash for other road infrastructure improvements in other areas. So makes a lot of sense, but when we bring this back, should you choose to advance this today, there may be a proposed amendment. We'll see.
Thank you. And Councillor Etchart.
I know we had seen one of the maps. It doesn't seem to have any attachment right now, and I don't know why. But would that section be so that they could connect to Ransom or have a different opening onto Nicola? Or Is it just so they can have that portion so they can subdivide it?
Mr. Smith?
That's exactly correct, that the purpose would be that this would be road to connect to their subdivision that would ultimately end up being municipal road down the line. It's just that, again, if we were to transfer the entirety of the parcel without that hook built in, then they've got the entirety parcel, it's consolidated, and then when they bring their subdivision pack with their proposed road alignment, maybe that's where it goes, and maybe it's not where it goes. It just preserves the option. In general, it's probably not best planning practice to have a little hook of road that commits you to a particular thing unless we go through this whole process again. So, not saying we won't do this, we just need to have a little bit further conversation with the developer to make sure this is what makes the most sense moving forward. Or else maybe that entire strip will get closed and we'll have to bring an amendment and then go out to the public. So, do you know what I'm talking about on here?
On the backs of what, Ransom Avenue is still going to exist?
Ransom Avenue will still exist. Not touching Ransom Avenue. This is on the proposed plan is remaining road as it stands right now.
And that will move onto Ransom.
This whole strip would be undedicated as road, consolidated with this parcel, and then when they advance their next subdivision plan, they would propose their road through the subdivision afresh. But again, just signaling it so you don't think we're nuts when we bring back an amendment potentially next time.
And would this connect ban so that people don't have to go through Armstrong? Would it help that way so there's more than one entrance to Ban Street?
That would be the plan, but there are still discussions with Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. It may involve opening up a new connection to the highway, but also potentially closing one of the existing ones. So working through the implications on that still. That would all be subdivision stage stuff though.
And that was part of the application, I think. That was the information in the application previously.
Yeah, I don't see the same photo like that photo there. I don't see it in the attachments tonight. But.
Okay. It should be.
Well, mine's not there.
Okay, so are there any other questions? Hold on. Councillor Luck.
So, Sean, this is basically just kind of rubbing the lines out because they may come out with a different plan, and we may in the future adjust where that road location is. That's kind of what I'm hearing here, right?
So right now, what you are proposing to close is just those two portions on the other side.
Just those two portions on the other side, but that strip will still stay there.
Yeah.
And they may come along with a new design for the interior there, and the road might come out 30 meters south of that or something, right?
Yeah, it's possible that we would either do a change in the future, which is administratively a hassle because it's a process to go through road undedications. That being said, it might be something that would come forward sooner. Either way, staff is supportive of council advancing this. It puts us in a good spot where we want it to be, but we will have the conversation with the developer and bring back further information for you to either say, hey, it makes sense to proceed as it is, or we may need to do something different in the future.
Okay, good, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, you were on the list though, were you? Okay. So no other questions for staff, so I'd like to have a mover that council read road dedication removal bylaw 2344-2022 a first time.
So second.
So Christofferson and Luck. And any comments on this? Any debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, none. And I need a mover seconder that council read road dedication removal bylaw 2344-2022 a second time. So Etchart and White. And any comments on this one? No? Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And mover and seconder that council read road dedication removal bylaw 2344-2022 a third time. Etchart and White. And all in favor? Opposed? I didn't see Kurt and Councillor White. Okay, both in favor? Okay. Carried. No opposed.
There were no opposed, Your Worship.
No opposed, okay, carried. And then council instructs staff to provide notice in accordance with the community charter provisions of the city's intention to adopt this bylaw. Christopherson Etchart. And any comments here? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. Whew. Still have a few more. You did say it was going to be a long meeting. So we now have 8.2, the OCP Amendment Bylaw 2339 and Zoning Amendment Bylaw 2340, Middlesbrough, third reading. And this was previously our public hearing, one of our public hearings tonight. So Ms. Bradshaw, can you give us the staff report, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as I mentioned before the public hearing here, the applicant Sterling Hunt is proposing to change the official community plan land use designation for this property from future development to future development, low to medium density residential and industrial. They are also proposing to change the zoning of the subject property from recreation commercial, corridor commercial, and single family residential to recreation commercial, single family residential, small parcel residential, medium density residential, and light industrial. So if this proposed zoning amendment were to be successful, the applicant intends on subdividing the property into 6 different parcels, including 2 remainder parcels that are not intended for development at this time. In addition, as I mentioned, this is subject to Ministry of Environmental approval. And I am available to answer any questions that council may have. There is additional information attached to this report in the previous council reports that were submitted. So first and second reading reports have maps and additional information. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Doesn't seem to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor Etchart.
I mean, it was just the timing. So even if we were to give the third reading, we still have to wait for the ministry's approval anyway. But it seemed pretty favorable based on that last report from the environmental that we had in the previous from Roche, whatever it was called. But it was only 100 pages, but it seemed like it. As long as they don't build in that one section of lot 3 at the far end or whatever it was in the recommendations, it seemed to be reasonable. Any idea how long it might be before we see that?
Any day soon would be great.
Oh God, only.
I don't have an idea of how long it'll take on the Ministry of Environment side, but hopefully sooner than later.
Well. So, yeah, it'd be nice to see it this year, but.
Yeah, they.
Agent for the developer, if you have any idea. Well, I know that the environmental company, Sage Environmental, is going to be out on site probably in the next few weeks to do some testing. And then that report is going to be done, so it'll be another probably couple of weeks to complete that. And then that will then be sent to the Ministry of Environment, and hopefully they will sign off on it. But just you don't know how long things take there when they go into the
They go into a deep hole.
It seems that way, unfortunately. But obviously, we want to get it done as quick as we can.
Yeah, it would be nice, to see that get approved.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That was my only question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Bradshaw. The recommendation is that council give third reading to official community plan amendment bylaw number 2339 2022. Do I have a mover?
Second.
White and Etchart. And any comments, debate? I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. and that council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2340, 2022. Etchart and White. And all in favor? Opposed? None carried. Wow. We're whipping through them now. Okay, and this is another one for Ms. Bradshaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 2341, 2022, 2776 Vote Street. And staff report, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, as mentioned before the public hearing earlier tonight, in this case with 2776 Vote Street, the applicant is proposing to rezone from corridor commercial C4 to medium density residential R7. First and second reading was given August 23rd for this. If approved, the bylaw amendment would enable multiple unit apartment dwelling and/or multiple unit townhome dwellings on this parcel as principal uses under the R7 zone in our bylaw. The conceptual site plan that was proposed includes a multiple unit apartment dwelling with 8 units, 2 stories. However, again, that is a conceptual site plan. If it was to be rezoned, they would be able to do anything under that R7 zone. An official community plan amendment is not required in this case, as the current OCP does support the proposed residential zone. And just as a background, the adjacent zones in the area are a mixture of residential, so strata parcel residential, medium density, high density residential, and then there's park and commercial zones nearby as well. And that's all I have for now, but I'm here for any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Bradshaw? Councillor Christofferson.
My question is concerning one of the concerns that came up at the meeting, and that's basically that with the traffic flow through that area. So my question is there something that the city can do to address that situation? I think it's a legitimate concern with the way the people head down the hill, and it's quite a high traffic area. We've already got several residential areas there that are a little difficult to turn off into, it used to be Sherwood's, forget the name of it now, and McCallum. So is it something that we can think about as a council with doing something traffic-wise, either slowing it down or lights?
Thank you, through your worship. For this particular development, I think there's 2 pieces. There's the Vote Street and then this development. I know one thing to mention on this proposed site plan, they're reducing to 1 access onto the property. Currently, I believe you can access this site from 2 different locations. So this would reduce it to 1 access onto the parcel. As for improvements to Vote Street itself, I don't know if Sean might want to touch on that. But there are, of course, opportunities there potentially.
Mr. Smith.
The answer is yes, there are some things we can do, and no, it's not going to solve this problem. Vote Street is one of your main arteries through town, and anytime you have access off of one of these, it's going to present complications, and does in literally every community that has them. That being said, there are some things that I think we can look at as a staff to see if there are further opportunities for. Council's heard a number of times concerns regarding potential crosswalk suitability in the area. You'd also heard from previous staff and engineering team that there were some concerns with that given the radius of the corner and people not being able to stop in time depending on where that gets put. So what we can say is in terms of kind of pedestrian walkability, making sure that something's going to be sufficient for scooters. We're happy to have staff take another look at what or if something can be done to improve the safety of that corridor for pedestrians and scooter use. When it comes to the traffic flow on Vote generally, part of the challenge in the McCallum Gardens area is, again, they're coming around a corner and there isn't a whole lot of runway before they need to make a turn. That's going to be less problematic in this area, but I know that there was actually even some reference to when Mayor Brown, and I think it was, I went with you on one of those to go look at it. And one of the biggest problems is there's a giant sightline issue that is created by one particular tree on McCallum Gardens property. And so we discussed, like, that tree comes down, like your sightline issues go away. I don't think there was too much desire to do that. There was much more desire to have us slow down Vote Street, which is not something that's within your purview. You can do that, but we know what happened last time we had any conversations in the city around speed limits. And there's really passionate folks on all sides of this issue. And we can look at that as one of the potential mechanisms as well. It wouldn't be so problematic, the turning from this side, other than the fact that Vote Street can be busy depending on what time you're turning. It'll be a heck of a lot easier turning right than it is turning left. And you're going to catch some of that with this development.
Just to add on to that, we've also got Central Park across the way, which is a huge concern in itself when there's any sports activities that are taking on and so on. So we've had people present to council before asking that the entire section be slowed down somehow. And we've done it with other city streets, in particular the one up on Bench, which is now 30 kilometers an hour. And unless there's highways to do that's a busy area, and I think we need to do something with Vote Street to slow down the traffic, to make it safe for pedestrians, for kids at the park, seniors at the park, old people that drive it. Not me.
Do we use the word old anymore?
Just to put in that we need to do something with that street, and it's not just this development that's causing the concern.
If council wants us to look at that, we can. I think it would either make sense to do it one of two ways. You can either direct staff separately from this bylaw, because again, I don't think these two are super connected in our view, given the density we're talking about here. Like, this would never justify the creation of a new light. It's not going to create that level of traffic here. So if you would like us to direct us to bring back a further report on traffic options there, great. Alternatively, this could well fall in with the new council as part of a strategic planning, something that we need to address or something along those lines. So however council chooses to address that, if you want to provide direction or want us to look at it, we're open to suggestions.
Thank you. Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Mayor. Question. So the driveway here on the south of the building, I'm just using south as a reference point. There's another development that's going in below that. How is their traffic egress and entry going to, how is that going to work, Jana? Will they be able to combine this so there's only one driveway coming out, or are there another way they're going to, because there's another development coming, right?
I think you're still on.
Through your worship, I don't have any information at this time about a potential development on, I believe you're referring to 2088 Conklin Avenue, that property. I'm looking on my map, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Can't pull it up on the screen.
The one directly behind McCallum Gardens that Barbara was speaking to.
Yes.
She said there's going to be another development coming in. They're pre-filling and everything there now, right?
So there is on this map I can see a road dedication, and I'm guessing that's how they would access that site, is through that road dedication.
Are they going to come out Conklin and go that way? Because I think what we try to minimize is the amount of egresses and entrances on the main road, right? So would we be able to consolidate, have them come out the other way, or I don't know? I'm just that's why I'm asking on this one for traffic, right?
Yeah, I'll see if we can get a map pulled up.
Okay.
And then it might be a bit easier to explain. But again, I haven't received anything
Oh, we haven't
in term-
received anything on that project yet, eh? Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but I think it's important to, you don't want another one here and then the development comes and another one here, so you got all these ones within 20 feet of each other,
Absolutely.
right? Yeah.
And I will make note that there is currently access to this Boat Street parcel that we're talking about today.
This Boat Street, yes, this one, it has
to
current
access
access,
the
yeah.
existing building, but of course.
The other one is
it would change
landlocked, it
when it's
doesn't, yeah.
residential.
Just so the
other
rest of the council
parcel-
understands as well, right?
Of course. So there is a road just above, if we could just go up. Oh, no, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just
Northeast of.
This is the road right of way.
Right
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For largely undeveloped conflict.
Yeah.
So now, is that I think that's the next development going in right behind it, right?
Below it, yeah.
Yeah, Sean, yeah, exactly, right there.
So it would access.
You're asking if access would be down here, or whether we would enclose this potentially, or whether they would have access.
That's what I'm asking. And if that's gonna happen, why are we having another one coming out? Can't we get them to put it through and somehow and come out that way to Conklin? Is that a possibility, rather than, so you can have Conklin Road open up, then you're gonna have another entrance there?
Yeah.
That doesn't help the flow of traffic, does it? 'Cause now you can have two cars waiting to come out and boom, right?
Absolutely. And
I'm asking questions because it's about the biggest concern, right?
We would need to bring that back, and our lovely dedicated planning staff will have an opinion on this.
Have I opened another can of worms for you on this one?
Don't make us have an opinion on a development that we're not talking about today.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
at
it's a
this
fair
time-
point, good consideration, and
That was because I looked at it last week, or the other week I was looking at it, and I go, well, how are they gonna get out of there? How's that all gonna work? It'll be interesting when that one came forward. So I think it's something we need to look at. You don't want two new entrances there, that just confuddles everything, right? If that's a word even.
So having said all that,
Sorry.
we also had a potential one-way Vote Street and the division of Vote in that area. Is that still a potential for some time in the future?
if I can interject on that one, that absolutely was a city project. You'll note that it's currently in our DCC bylaw. Literally, I don't think I've ever seen a municipal project make less sense than that particular project.
Okay, so that's a no.
You are still going to be congested with the exact same traffic flow problems
top,
going
absolutely.
up the rest of Vote Street. You
And
are
no way to-
one-laning it for a small portion of Vote Street. And
no
you
way to
have to
widen
build
it.
an expensive road bridge infrastructure with floodplain concerns. Like as long as I am here, I will highly advocate to council not to touch that project with a 10-foot pole. There is a road, a river access that does make some degree of sense off of River Ranch Road.
Yeah.
Council should look at that one day as part of a future road connection, and that is in your OCP bylaw, by the way. But this here is.
So this was not put in our new OCP?
No,
Okay, okay.
No. And I mean, it's a mixture
It's a
of
definite no
professional
now.
engineering report, staff, and previous council direction, but that is not a connection that is probably.
Given the fact there's no way to widen Boat Street up top. Yeah, I get it. Thank you. I lost track of where we were. I think we were still on
started
questions
that
to
one.
staff. So, any more questions for staff? Okay. I need a mover and a seconder that council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2341, 2022. Christofferson and Fair. And any debate on this? We've had a lot of questions to staff. And Tony, did you want to speak, or you've got your microphone on?
Sorry.
Okay, and seeing no hands, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that council adopts zoning amendment bylaw number 2341, 2022. Etchart and Luck. And any comments on this? Councillor White.
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. Seeing none, I'll call a question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. On to 9.1, the Nicola Valley Theatre Society, Performing Arts Theatre.
Your worship, I'll need to excuse myself. Because
Yes.
I'm a director on the committee.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, that face says I'm doing something wrong.
No, you might not be. I may have just zoned out in a few seconds, so apologies if this is a really stupid question. Did you adjust your third reading to that, or did you adopt it as well? You did too. Okay.
Yes, third reading only to zoning and.
There's only zoning on this one?
Did I say third both times? I didn't
I'm not sure that's
use the word adopt.
You voted twice. We voted twice.
I've got, Kurt, can you come on back in just so,
Whether you
I
said
don't-
third twice, I don't want to speak.
Yeah, if there are 2 votes, all is good.
okay, there were 2 votes. You feeling like a yo-yo yet?
We love you, Kurt.
Yeah, there were 2 votes, and I can't tell you whether I said adopt or third. So could we have the council report, Mr. Smith? I mean the board, staff report.
Thank you, Your Worship.
It's getting late.
It is. Thank you guys for your patience. We recognize, I'll just say this on behalf of staff, we recognize this is an atypical, not fair agenda. Normally we try having like a handful of headliner items with some smaller, this thing you've got like 9 items that are relatively thick, and so we're not sorry, but we feel for you, and thank you for your time. So background to this, on March 8th, Council gave us direction to examine the feasibility of building a Performing Arts Center addition onto the Merritt Civic Center with costs and design, cost for design and preliminary engineering review to come from the Nicola Valley Community Theatre Society. They have since done that work, and you'll see attached to this report is a structural feasibility report as well. I'm going to call it a budget letter. This is about as high level of a Class E cost estimate that I feel comfortable saying is a Class E estimate. But the short of it is that report came back, and it is technically feasible to attach a community theater to the Civic Center, and there's an estimated cost of between $3 to $5 million, depending on what the actual ending design looks like, because they're throwing that out with no design functionally at this point. So this is quite a significant proposal, because it is sort of determining the fate of the Nicola Valley Community Theatre Society. And what they're proposing is that they transfer all funds that they currently hold to the city, and that the city take on this project, because what they've heard from their funders is more or less that unless the city is involved with this, unless the city takes it, you're going to have a hard time getting funding. And so from the city staff perspective, we've worked closely with the Nicola Valley Community Theatre Society to figure out what this would look like, so that council can have some degree of certainty, but we fully acknowledge that with what you have in front of you today, you're not going to know what that project looks like. You just don't. It is technically feasible, but we would need to go and conduct further conceptual design with more specific requirements around what the seating would look like, how the orientation would fall, etc. And get at least bump this to a Class D cost estimate to really have any realistic chance of success when it comes to grant applications. So The goal for the society would be to turn this over, as I indicated, but they would love to stay on in an advisory capacity in relation to this project. They're very understanding of the fact that they wouldn't have final decision-making authority on this, that if it does get turned over as a city project, it's a city project, which means that in addition to the further study and the looking at the community theatre society role, that would give council an opportunity, which is highlighted in the steps if council chooses to proceed section. You may want to explore other alternatives for this project as well. I think that doing due diligence on that front would probably make sense. There's a good chance that this is going to be the leading candidate and the front runner, but I know I've heard enough conversations about, is there potential to include this as being a bigger facility with one of the hotels, or does it make sense to attach this onto a school district facility? Those conversations have come up enough that I have a funny feeling that council will want to explore that before you make any final decisions. I will say as well that the city and the Theatre Society are currently in discussions regarding the acquisition of their parcel at 2102 Kootley Avenue. They're in no way requiring the city to use that parcel for any community theatre purpose. They fully understand that it's in the downtown and is probably one of the most prime parcels for mixed use development to increase the density of residential in the downtown core while also providing some new commercial space. So that's likely how that will go forward. But the purchase price of the parcel, which was appraised at $300,000, would then go to paying off their $200,000 loan, and then the last $100,000 would come back to the city ultimately to fund the theater project in whatever capacity it ends up running. Staff feels that, quite honestly, the Theatre Society has been very reasonable in where they're at. They've proposed something that they believe to be a viable option. Staff is a lot more comfortable when we're just talking about a community theatre as opposed to the initial iteration that included a movie theatre component to this, in particular because that brings some staffing requirements. Is this going to operate as a business? Do we have the ability to operate that as a business? Who would do it? Whereas this would just fall into another one of those nice community asset categories that that we could have in our community. It would be subsidized like everything else that is an arts-related project like this, but would make a very nice addition to the city's community amenities. So what we would be looking at if council chooses to proceed is the establishment of a community theatre reserve fund, which we would then use to receive those funds from the society. The society would reach out to grant funders and those making donation commitments to discuss transferring those to the city, because we would need to get that from the funders. I will say that there's a very good chance, and I indicated this in the report in the risk section, that some of what's committed will not end up coming back to the city when it's a city project. Maybe it does, and if it does, fantastic, but we haven't included that figure in the $977,000 that we would anticipate coming back to the city as part of this. We would conclude the land transfer, then they would transfer all of their available funds into that theatre reserve fund. City Council would work with the Theatre Society to confirm that the Civic Center addition is the preferred location and that no other alternatives are more suitable. Once that is determined, then we would do some further design and cost estimate work sufficient to apply for further grant opportunities. Then we would apply for grant opportunities as they arise. The recommendation from staff here is that the theatre would likely, in our opinion, you can take this another direction, that it would make the most sense that the theatre project would take lower priority for any grants where there's overlap in funding scope between the theatre and core infrastructure. Such that if there's any competition and a grant would work for, say, Vote Street or Armstrong or some of these ones where we have critical infrastructure needs, that those would take first priority, and that this would be for those more niche grants that definitely do come up. Most recently, there was one through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure program that was focused on recreational facilities and arts. So we would look towards grant opportunities that are designed for this as sort of where it would fall in priority. Then the city would eventually, at some point, after enough grant applications, ideally receive sufficient funding to commence detailed engineering and design and construct the project. Staff recommends for this one that given our financial position, we would only proceed with the project if it's fully grant funded, with the city portion of funds to be coming exclusively from the Community Theatre Reserve Fund. So that would be the initial funds provided by the Theatre Society, and potentially they could continue to assist in a fundraising capacity to top that up as needed as we have more certain costing. So we think that as we've proposed it, this is about as low risk as it gets for the city, while still trying to assist the society in making their dream, and many people in our community's dream, of seeing a community theater come forward and be realized. So staff is supportive of this proposal, even though there's a lot of work ahead with it, and it's not ready to go for grant funding right now. Any questions?
Questions for staff? Are you? That was a very slow.
I know.
Councillor Richard.
If we were to proceed with this and we have the land, we happen to wait on this, there's no set timeline. Obviously, it could take several years before we see this project. I mean, we have this plan and it's feasible, but it doesn't mean that we have a timeline. Is there any funds that they've received that we would have to, well, I guess I should say this would become a city project then.
Yeah.
And then we would just have to be responsible for committing to this in the future, would we not?
It is all part of the question. So the answer is I don't know, because if we hear back from funders saying, nah, you've got a timeline on this and you have to get this project done in the next year or else you need to give the funds back, well, it's a problem. And then we're going to have discussions about either repositioning those funds, extensions, etc. So we won't know that until we have a direction that we can provide. So it's really dependent on what council does here. I think that I would fully anticipate that some funds would carry over, but that some funds wouldn't. And I just don't know what that's going to look like right now. Our best guess is that we can probably reposition 977,000, but already within that, 500,000 of that is a grant from the province that the province has very clearly indicated to the city they would like to see it used, and if council chose to reposition that for another economic development related project, they would be supportive. So while I know that the Theatre Society would eminently prefer this being used for the theatre project, it's not a requirement on council. You have choice, you have discretion in that, and it's our job as staff to make sure you're well aware of that. And you'll need to make decisions as to what funding lands where, and we would go to confirm what is going to be secured for what period of time. So,
and what funds and what grants are available in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Luck.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the plan overall. I have one big concern though, and I don't know why they're hooked on this, and I will not support unless we can get this removed, to be honest with you. And I just really have a concern about City Council to work with NBCTS to confirm that the Civic Center addition is the preferred, basically the only location for the community theater project. I'm not comfortable with that piece. And as I said, as you said earlier, Sean, is that I don't know if all the other options have been explored, and so that kind of handcuffs this council, not so much, but future council as well. So I would feel very comfortable with what's going forward. I like what we've done. So can we get number 5 removed out of there? I guess what I'm asking, because I'm just a little uncomfortable with that one. I think there's some more opportunities in the community that we could still explore.
So I wanted to make sure that we're clear on intent. I think that's exactly what we're trying to say with 5 is confirm that it's the preferred location and that no other alternatives are more suitable. So what we're saying is you work with them to see, is there any other alternatives that are more suitable? If there isn't, then you default to this. So we're not...
Oh, this isn't tying us into just the Civic Center.
It's trying to do the exact opposite.
And thank you for that clarity.
Of that is...
that helps me a lot, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to see, is this the preferred location? Or is there something that's better?
So it's not handcuffing future councils, because this
Correct.
council's not going to deal with it.
And there's a reason 5 is before 6, because 6
Yeah.
is where we spend money on more detailed design work. So you're not going to spend any additional funds on this until you're dead convinced that this is where it makes sense
Best
to
place.
go. If it
Perfect.
is, because I think that probably is going to require more community consultation, which
Much
you guys
more.
had talked about a year ago, 2 years ago. Gosh, I don't even remember when that was now.
Long time.
So
Pre-flood.
yeah, and I understand from council at that time that there was a desire to explore other options,
Explore other
particularly
options,
with the
yeah.
school district. So we're not trying to omit
Okay,
that.
thank you for that clarity. I must have been just reading right.
And
So-
I understand they have spent time trying to get the school district to look at this, and the school district just isn't interested
Yeah.
at this point in time.
So that's why we go through the analysis, and fair enough on that one, yeah. So the other question I had, 2 questions, sorry, is cost, and I don't even think it matters now, because I support this. I like where it's going there, and I think I'm going to be able to support that and everything. But their costs, I don't know if they're even close, but I don't think it matters at this time, because this is going to be, I mean, things are changing so fast. Within 6 months, you can get $1 million increase in a $10 million project. So I don't even think costs really matter at this point.
Is that a question?
That was a question. Yeah, I don't think so. Because yeah.
Do costs matter? Is that what you're?
No.
So
costs matter in the big scheme of things, but I think now, because this isn't going to happen overnight, I don't think they really play into the equation at this particular.
Realistically, if this doesn't fall, let's say, I'd say 5 million is probably pretty close to your upper bound on ability to afford this. And the reason I say that is most of these grants come in. So if we look at the infrastructure grant that came through last time, I believe it was 76% funded by provincial and federal split. So municipalities are responsible for 24% of the cost. If that let's say we have a $1 million account, representing 24% of the cost. You can't build anything higher than about 4 million unless
So
you're
we're not going to
tapping
get a
into
theory,
other sources.
basically.
So I think it's highly unlikely that the Ferrari Community Theater is going to be established in the city of Merritt. We are going to have a truly functional Volkswagen, and it will be beautiful, and there will be as much community love that would go into it to make it our Volkswagen.
Well, we just got to get more fun grant
And it
funding.
will have sound
So thank you.
Yeah. So with that, costs, of course, are always going to be critical, but at this point, until we do further design, I think we're just shooting in the dark as to what costs would be. But I do think that 3 to 5 is quite reasonable from others that we've talked with. If we're just looking at an addition and using potentially extra space.
Okay, good, thanks.
Okay, that was the end of our question period. Now we're going to go into debate.
Thought we were.
No, we were in questions. So we need a motion to go into debate. So do we have a choice of motion? Number 1, that council directs staff to establish a community theater reserve fund to receive all NVCTS funds into that reserve, and that council accept responsibility for establishing a community theater in the city of Merritt, subject to receipt of further grant funding.
Moved.
So we've got Luck and Etchard. I don't have to go to the other 2. And debate. Councillor White.
Okay, this is a huge project of $3 to $5 million right at the moment, and we have a couple $100 million of repairs still to do on flood mitigation, and we need money for bridges, and we need money for infrastructure. So I can't see that the government's going to cough up $3 or $5 million for a movie theater. So.
Performing arts theater. It's not a movie
Well,
theater.
whatever it is. I don't see that happening, and I actually, at this point in time, given that we are close to an election, I'm not supporting this. I think this is a project that should be left up to a new council, and I'm not going to make a decision on this that I can't be around to see what happens with my decision, so I'm not in support.
Councillor Etchart, well,
The reason that I would support this is because this is going to be performing arts. A lot of people used to think that the Civic Center wasn't an important building in the 1980s, and now it's our hardly used building in town. I mean, at one point in time, the land that we're on right now used to be the public works storage yard. A long time ago when NW was a drive-in. Anyway, sometimes we have to look at things for the long term, and if it's dependent on grant funding, this is a plan that's years in the making anyway, and we're going to be asking the feds for money for our development. So, I mean, we're not committing to any money that we don't have to spend, and I agree with Councillor White's comments about we have infrastructure projects that are important and necessary, but I also feel that the risk is low because we have a project in mind that's going to be dependent on a grant that would be for those niche pieces that our CAO was mentioning earlier for education and arts, and sometimes they're specifically out there for that. Maybe the theater in Kamloops is overbooked. Sagebrush, it's quite popular, so maybe Merritt could be a second option. So anyway, I support this for those reasons. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Luck.
Yeah, I'm going to support this project, and I've written about 5 things down here, so if you just give me a minute. So one of them is time. This is going to be a long-term project. It's not going to happen overnight. That's way off. I think we do in this community have to look at some projects that are long-term projects. One of the complaints we have here is we can't get professionals to move to Merritt. It's a struggle. Never mind the housing piece, but also because we don't have things like performing arts and things like that. And I think we all in this community want this. This isn't going to happen next week or even next year, and it's, you know, in some degree that's unfortunate. We do have lots of competing things, but in 3 years, for the most part, a lot of the flooding thing will be taken care of, and then there's still going to be grants for this kind of thing coming out of here nor there if we have the flooding stuff to recover anyway. So that's part of it. Cost, I think cost is going to be, well, we already talked about cost. They're going to be high. I think the $5 million is on the low side, and I don't know if we want a Volkswagen. Well, a 1940 Volkswagen as a theater anyway. I think we're going to want something a little nicer in this community as well. You know, I have to look at the group that's been working so hard to collect these funds and build this team, this dream of having a community theater. They're getting tired. They're aging out, and somebody needs to take. We're not getting a new group coming up. Somebody needs to take this on. That money's sitting there anyway. It's just, where's it going to go? It's going to float around. So I think under this report that I think that we're going to be able to take the money and put it aside and use it for the theater in the future, and I think that's a good thing. And you know, and these, like I say, these people have worked hard, and we don't want to, you know. And this is not. I think I mentioned this. This is not an intermediate project. This is long term, and we need to do that. And then need to say what the group has done to date. I think I already mentioned that as well. I probably. But I think that's why I'm supporting this. It's not that I want to support it because it's going to get done now. No, if it was going to get done tomorrow, I wouldn't support that. We got too many other things. But if we can save money over time to have a nice theater somewhere down the road, and I don't see this thing happen for 5 to 10 years. I think there's just so many things happening that we need to bring this. So that's why I'm supporting it this particular time.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do just want to highlight one risk that stems from what Councillor White and Councillor Luck had indicated is I think that there's a pretty good chance that both parties are right that this could take a while, that we might go through a few rounds of unsuccessful grants. We might go through a few years where no grants come up, and then, you know, maybe you hit the jackpot. The challenge is going to be there. And this speaks to what Councillor Etchard indicated earlier, there is some degree of administrative risk because a lot of the funds that are there are funds that came from a grant that have some timeline on them. And so I think that government is loath to take money back. There's a pretty good chance they're going to extend and roll over. It tends to be what they do. But I have to highlight the risk that they might at some point say, you better use this on something or else, at which point the funds from that could be depleted. Council would need to decide, are they going to be replacing them dollar for dollar from another place? Are they just going to let them be depleted? That will be another future council's decision. But I do think that there's some chance that this is going to be a long project, as indicated here, and that we are going to see some challenge and regular administrative grant reporting, we've done nothing. We've applied for grants but haven't been successful. And so if you make that decision, you have to just understand that's going to be a reality of this.
Thank you. And Merritt's trying to rebuild itself after a catastrophic event. And arts and culture have a tremendous role to play in our healing process. We need a place to celebrate our victories, even if it's 10 years, 15, 20 years down the road. We need to reflect on our losses and to grow strong again. And I think we need a center for the arts. And the Civic Center, in my mind, is the right location if we just dare to dream a little. I'll support this vision, and I want to ensure that the NVCTS actually is responsible for leaving this legacy for future generations. I also want to mention that we have that potential. I know we were talking about films and that, and the use of this in Merritt. TNRD has just recreated their whole film commission and looking at putting in a huge arts film commission, I'm not quite sure what it's called, but a center in BC to bring film industry into the Kamloops and TNRD area. And we will end up being a big part of that at some point in the future. So I think it's timely. And we are not putting in our own money at this point in time. And I think it's low risk enough that it's worthwhile looking at over the next 10+ years. So having said that, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Okay. Opposed? Okay. Carried. We weren't laughing at your pain. No, not yet. We have a couple more big ones. 9.3, finally Christine gets to come, and Christine Carlson, our Director of Human Resources, comes to speak to us. Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. First off, I want to...
thank you for... Sorry, can we stop for a minute until Kurt... I'd have left him out there all night. Sorry, Kurt.
Thanks, Jana.
It's all right, I was sleeping.
Would we have missed him? No.
Of course we would have missed him. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I want to acknowledge and thank Christine for her work on this, and she is going to speak to the meat of it. I'm just going to provide a brief introduction for what we're looking to do here. This is a big proposal, and we recognize that. We recognize that this is something that would be different for the City of Merritt to consider 4 days of being operational at City Hall as opposed to 5. But from what we understand and have heard from the public, that being open these later hours when people are not at work themselves would provide a tangible benefit that, in our opinion, is likely going to at least equally weigh towards the additional day of closure. What we are going to highlight is, while we think that there is some benefit or a net neutrality in regards to the change in hours, we strongly expect this to lead to very positive outcomes for staff and the organization as a whole, of which Christine is going to detail for you. This was born because of a discussion that we'd had stemming from a closed council meeting where, in no uncertain terms, it came to you and saying, things are not looking great. We're losing people, much like many other organizations, but with the additional stresses of COVID and flood, we were losing good people, and at a rate that is really not sustainable. And this is a challenge that we've experienced in a higher degree in recent months. That being said, anybody who's been around the council table has recognized that this is an ongoing challenge for the city of Merritt and has been for a long time. Merritt has been seen as a stepping stone community until somebody can parlay a job here into higher wages somewhere else. Our goal is to retain people for longer and attract a higher caliber of talent without always needing to open the wallet and pay more. Merritt can't afford to pay what Penticton, what Kamloops, what Kelowna pays. It just can't. And if we're trying to compete, we're going to lose. Either the taxpayers are going to lose by increased taxes, or the city will lose out on high caliber individuals who don't want to come here for lower wages without certain benefits. And so this proposal that we're looking at and exploring for other business units as well, but this one is coming to council because this is the one that would result in a service level change, is something that we feel strongly is going to result in increased retention, attraction, retention of employees and attraction of new employees, and provide some real benefits. And so I'd like to thank Christine for her work and pass it over to her for talking that through.
Thanks, Sean. So in the research we did on 4-day weeks, we considered a couple of first key factors. One, in the type of 4-week structure to look at. And so the type of, I'm sorry, I've got my notes in front of me. It's a little bit later in the evening. So if you don't mind, there are different kinds of structures for 4-week schedules. And what we looked at is a compressed work week. And that is a work week in which there's no reduction in the number of hours people work. It's just compressed over fewer days in the week. The other factor we looked at is that the City of Merritt needs qualified, talented, educated, highly trained individuals to carry out the technical work that is required for the city to be successful in any of its strategic initiatives and goals. With those factors in mind, we found the benefits for the residents, of course, are that the city will be open in off business hours. So as we've all experienced with our local banks, we can access those services after work. It makes life and planning our own personal lives a little bit easier. So we can offer that to the residents of Merritt. Another benefit for the city is, as Sean said, the retention aspect. So the City of Merritt has had significant turnover through the years. So this is problematic beyond the costs of recruitment, which increase, right? I mean, if we're using a recruitment firm, we're paying upwards of $20,000 minimum for a candidate. If we're doing it in-house, we're working staff resources around the clock to find the people, right? So, and we've had several turn up with no candidates because there are a lack of people. Canada has a labor shortage across the country right now. There's a lower birth rate and there is a lower population. So we've got a huge retiring population and there's not enough people to fill the upcoming jobs. So we're in stiff competitive waters with this. When we have turnover, not only do we have those recruitment costs, but we have lost training dollars. The city spends significant amounts in training, in the maybe $40,000 to $100,000 a year in training. We have loss of organizational knowledge, which impacts the performance of the organization as a whole. And we have the negative impact on our staff and the organizational performance due to that change. When we lose the qualified staff or talent, then we're again out in the labor market, looking in this tight labor market. We are working and competing against cities and other private industry that can pay, that can offer fringe benefits, that can offer flexibility, remote work, that can offer all kinds of things that the city is not prepared to offer or cannot offer. It is cost prohibitive for the city to be competing for the type and the caliber of talent required to handle the basic requirements of the OCP and all the other plans that the city has. as we've seen, we have experienced extreme turnover this last year, and every salary across Canada is increasing. Minimum wage is increasing. We've got inflation, and salaries are going through the roof in many municipalities and private industry. So we're out there competing, and some of the ways that we've managed to handle that competition is to improve our culture. We have managed, I think, to turn it around significantly from a couple of years ago, and really foster a culture where people feel valued, cared about, respected. And that is important because that fosters all kinds of innovation, productivity, what have you. It also helps us recruit people because people want to be here and work here. So that is one great thing that Merritt has done, relatively cost-free with a lot of work from staff and just banding together. The next thing that is relatively cost neutral is to look at flexible scheduling. And this is something that is out there and is often demanded by staff. We've had numerous staff that we've interviewed, or candidates that we've interviewed, who've wanted to work remotely entirely or have some kind of fringe benefit that they can get in any other employer they're applying to. So for us to qualify, even as someone they'd consider, offering some kind of flexibility is key, especially when people have work-life conflict, when you have people who are not only managing their families, but then they've got elder care or other responsibilities. So the research is very clear that people in today's world want an employer that cares about them and their life, as well as what they can bring to the workplace. So how does this impact productivity? Well, the correlation between hours and productivity isn't so straightforward as we might think. The more flexible the employers are, the more productive the staff are. And that's proven in the research, that's documented. There's tons of positive effects of improving work-life balance and caring about employees as people. That bleeds over into the quality of work and the loyalty they have for their organization. It also makes it harder to leave because people care about where they're working, they care about their team, and they feel cared about. So they turn around and they offer that care in the work that they do. Of course, this also brings benefits to staff, and the studies show that 4-day work weeks support employee mental well-being. So, as we said, not only does it help that work-life conflict, but it helps people deal with the stress and the factors that come along with that. And as we've seen, for instance, as an extreme example with the flood where staff are working long hours while they were also impacted, and there's no chance for recovery because they just keep doing things until the things calm down. It doesn't help them recover, and it's in the study from KPMG from the Alberta floods, and it's been proven with our staff. I mean, there's a lot of examples we can draw on from this. And if we look at that mental well-being, when our staff are well and not burnt out, they're more productive. So this can support their well-being and their ability to take care of themselves. Another way that we have looked at this and we have researched this is by petitioning the staff. So studies show that benefits that are valued by staff improve their loyalty. So when staff are willing to leave an organization, if the organization offers benefits they value, then they're more willing to stay and be loyal to that organization. So Mr. Lois and I have petitioned staff. We've been out to numerous staff groups. We've also put out a study to staff to say, what do you think? And what are the issues you see? And what are the benefits? And so we have found overwhelmingly that in the specific departments we're looking at, this is a very valued benefit. In other areas of the organization, it will take more work and more looking at it with a fine-tooth comb to be able to see how to offer something like this. But with City Hall, the staff is overwhelmingly positive and would value this as a benefit. So it would improve retention and loyalty from staff, which improve culture, productivity, and innovation, and all of those wonderful things. So thank you.
Are you wanting to add to it?
Finish up in closing here. I want to acknowledge one other point as well, because I know that even when this gets field tested, it inevitably comes out. Those city hall workers, they're trying to get out of work. I know what's happening here. That government is doing what government does again. People won't believe it. That is not the reason this is coming forward. We will be working. We will be working every bit as much, and you will get more from us because of what we can bring coming back to work rested. I think there's very strong support for 4-day work weeks generally. I think that the City of Merritt, quite honestly, has potential to lead a change that I strongly suspect that 20 years from now is going to be a much more common model than it is today. That being said, we will continue to work for you very diligently, even if you vote against this. We need you to understand the other way around as well. This isn't the kind of thing where, you know, if you say, hey, this doesn't make sense, that we're gonna go be bitter and all do quiet quitting, which I think is the common term going on right now. It's true, this is a valued benefit. It's something we'd like to see. We believe it can be very positive for the public, healthy for the organization, and good for staff. But we truly do leave this with you as a service level change to hear your comments as to what you'd say. So thank you very much for considering it.
Any questions for staff? Questions?
I have a couple of questions, actually, if that's all right. If you think of it, you can jump in anytime, but probably everybody's thinking the same one, right? And if this doesn't work, how do we unwind it? Because that's going to be a challenge. You get into this, you get a new council that doesn't like it, they're not satisfied with the results, and how do you unwind this? Because once you crack an egg, you can't put it back together most times, right? So just, Christine?
You bet. So I'll just respond to that, Councillor Leck. We've proposed a trial. So this doesn't bind the city, it doesn't bind council, it doesn't bind staff. There are several municipalities that operate on 4-day work weeks or remote or hybrid, and we don't know what would work for Merritt. So as council has asked us to do the research, we felt that we would propose a trial just to see how it works. And then
I think that's my question actually went to that. How do you unwind the trial? Maybe that's...
Okay. An evaluation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we would set up the parameters, review it, however, at whatever periodic amount of time. We would have it in any union agreements that it would be able to be to end within a month of anything, any party deciding it. So we would set up those parameters and those touch points, as well as maybe some KPIs around how it's working.
Okay, I got other questions, but I can let somebody else ask first.
Mr. Smith?
Just wanted to add on that. So I think that Christine really touched on the key point here, is that this would only be done through letters of understanding that would have a fixed time period. So this wouldn't be getting baked into the collective agreement as a perpetual thing. This absolutely would be done only with support of our employees through the collective agreement as a letter of understanding that can be removed. So from a legal perspective, the out will be there. Now, we recognize that a legal perspective is only half of the battle, because once some people find that they love this and never ever want to go back, and there might be resentment if it does, other people might loathe it and make that very, very clear in the report as it comes up. I think that from council's perspective, you've also, and staff, is we've got the huge party that we aren't going to know how they're going to enjoy it until they do it, is the public. And so I think that it's going to be very important to have the community's feedback and buy-in. Did you use the service? Did you miss the service not being provided on Monday? What were the negative effects? What were the positive effects for you? And so we are confident that done right, both from a change management perspective on the way in, and on the way out, that there's a way that we can do this and have it be healthy for the community in terms of operating this as a true trial.
Thank you. Councillor Etchart.
One question that I have is, would it be all departments of the city, or because some departments operate 5 days a week, like the police station or something, as an example?
Okay, so we looked at, I think, 5 departments to test the trial out. The police department was one of them. So the thing with City Hall is that we proposed closing it for the Monday, but every other area, not quite full departments, but every other area that we've looked at doing the trial with would rotate so that there would be no closure. So if we take the police department, the RCMP, we would have staff on 4 days staggered with the other staff on the other 4 days. And the same with the other locations. We've looked at the wastewater treatment plant, which is quite often in a 4-day work week. We've looked at the arena, because the coverage is required to have a level 3 every single day for 7 hours minimum. So we've looked at the RCMP and City Hall. So those other ones would rotate 4 and 4. Yeah.
No, that seems reasonable. I had a schedule like that once and did love it. So, like really loved it and miss it. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Mr. Lawes first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add to Ms. Carlson's comments and note that one of the options that we considered when we were doing research was there are some municipalities which, for example, try doing all of their departments as they move to a 4-day week with no service level changes at anywhere. But the issue that poses with city halls in particular is that it means that with the staggered staff, you wind up with extraordinarily busy days on the specific days that everyone is in the office, because those are, by definition, the only days that you can arrange, say, all staff meetings, or that particular combinations of colleagues can get together. So we considered that the most appropriate way of doing this would be to have a total closure on 1 day and then additional hours on the other 4 days. So this would lead to extended service on those 4 days, with the caveat of no service on 1.
Thank you. Councillor Christopherson.
Yes, thank you. I'm wondering, with Public Works, does this make it easier to schedule all the way through? Like presently, if we have snow events on weekends, we have to pay overtime and all this. So scheduling 4-day weeks with Public Works, would there be a shift that does work weekends and so on? So the city it could be a cost savings for the city to eliminate overtime? Or is that what the union would worry about?
It might be a little bit of a long-winded answer, but what I'll say is, for the trial, we talked about the water and wastewater treatment plant. They already do weekend work. We recognize that there would be some challenges to do the 4 days over the weekend with staff. We currently have 2 positions and 1 supervisor position who we have baked in weekend work into their hiring contracts. So we do have that staff in place. So it would be potentially possible. We have promised staff in the exploratory discussions that it was not to increase weekend work beyond what is there or what gets newly done. So there is definitely a potential there. It will take more looking at things with a fine-tooth comb, because if we move current staff over into weekends and then we have no coverage, we have a lower number of people on shift during the weekdays, so it might spread Public Works too thin. So there's definitely some considerations that would have to be explored more. That's why we wouldn't go to that right away. There's a lot more work. The wastewater treatment plant has certifications required to operate it, and they need to put in those hours anyway. So we would assume that it would cut down on overtime immediately after a shift. And we found when we looked at it in the past that there was a definite increase in overtime when people would leave work and then be called back right away. So it definitely would impact overtime, and it might even impact more overtime costs that way than the weekend, doing things over the weekend, just based on the numbers as an offset.
Yeah, because the mine already operates on the 4-day shift and so on, but that's not exactly what this is. But you're also getting a longer work day for certain times. So.
Yeah, and one of the.
Can you leave your mic on?
Oh, sure. I just didn't want to breathe into it. One of the things that we found is people will go home and then they'll be called back because there's things that need to be happening. And so that is definitely going to be impacted if people are working longer days. They would, that would be included. So there are definite benefits to the city. We just don't know exactly what those are because we haven't gone that far into exploring them yet.
Hence a 1-year pilot.
There you go.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Luck.
Yeah, another question I had here is, so how do we communicate to this public? As Mr. Smith's already indicated, the public is going to have a struggle probably with this because of some of the issues he's dealt with. How have we got a communication plan, and how do we communicate this out to the public? Even during the trial period, right? Because they'll think this is set in stone. So have we got a good plan for that moving forward?
Well, if council, at the pleasure of council, we would work on a communication plan, and it would involve, in my own personal thoughts, if we use a model of the banking system where we're going to provide you services at these later hours, and look at what's been done from other service organizations, then we would be able to basically model on that. But I haven't consulted with Kim or with Sean on that.
We need to design a campaign around this so that
important piece.
It's not just we're putting the hours, and we're talking about the reasons, we're talking about what the program is. So just know that if you were to vote yes to this is not happening on Monday. We're rolling out a program. We're preparing things with a date with sufficient notice for the public of when those changes would take place. So we're not talking about starting this on Monday, just so everybody knows. We would be working to bring this forward. I'm not sugarcoating that in any way, but we would do it right.
Asking questions for myself and for the public.
Great question.
That's a huge part of it, yeah. And I have one more if nobody else has one. And this is just to do, so some of the people you've interviewed in the last little while, did you throw out what if to those people? Like, you know,
what if there was a 4-day
the few people
week?
that we've had a chance to interview over the last little while, what if Merritt had a 4-day week, would that anyway?
Can we use an existing, are you okay if I put you on the spot, Lacey?
If Lacey's okay with it, you could use her. No, I don't.
Can we use them? So we have, through interviews, we've had salary expectations well beyond what the city is willing to pay come back to us. We've had remote requests. We've had candidates with all kinds of requests. We've had people who want hybrid options, and we have people who jump or only consider us if we bring in, we're looking at 4-day weeks. We also have a staff returning who is excited about the 4-day week as well, which is a plus for Merritt, and it's going to be positive to see people coming back to Merritt who, you know, we lost. Maybe if we can offer some of that work-life balance. And I think definitely for Lacey is a great example, if I could use you, that, you know, we were able to talk with her about that, and it did make a difference, I believe, in her even considering Merritt. And I think it has made a difference to staff who've looked at going other locations where they might be given hybrid options and higher salaries, and then they look at, well, I can stay where I am with the team that I'm working with and have something that makes sense for me, and maybe I'll stay. So we've had several kinds of conversations across the board with current and prospective staff.
Thank you.
Just want to add, totally a loaded question, but we do heavily caveat, so everybody knows that council has given us authority to look at this. We've also been incredibly clear that this is not a done deal in any way. So I just want everybody.
Yeah.
You're making the decision here, not us. But yeah, I think it'd be great if you heard from Lacey on this as well, if you guys are okay.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, Your Worship and Council. Thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to be the guinea pig in the room because they're cute. Anyways, so I would just like to say that, you know, after a pandemic and a flood, in my previous position, I'll share a little bit of a story, but I'll keep it kind of high level. You know, a lot of us have been through a lot. We also dealt with flooding prior to and overlapping a pandemic. A lot of us in management positions as well as staff were in roles where not only were we doing our daily jobs, you know, we were wearing multiple other hats, as sure everybody around this table has been through. And I guess one of the pieces that was missing in, you know, some previous examples was that there wasn't a change in the organization, recognizing that we've been through a pandemic, that we've been through floods, that we've, you know, been through these hardships as community and employees. And so honestly, you know, the reason I came here was the people, the team, and that ability to show kind of that upfront appreciation for what you bring to the table, and also relocating to a place that is completely new. So I just want to share that with the team here, the recruitment process, that there's action and change taking place within the organization, and that's really what drew me here. So I just wanted to share that. So thank you.
Thank you for that. I know I have worked in 2 places that had 4-day work weeks. One was the school district in Terrace. It no longer has a 4-day work week, and it had, I don't know, I want to say 3 to 4 years, but what they found was their most vulnerable children were suffering, and they went back to a 5-day work. It wasn't staff. Staff absolutely loved it, but the kids were, those that were already having difficulty had more difficulty with that 3-day weekend. So that was one of my places, but that was 10 years ago. My first place was St. Joe's Hospital back in the early 80s. They went to a 4-day work week, but they didn't do the compressed week because you can't. You're open 24/7 at 365 days a year. And what they found there was that it was very difficult to, if you need a dietitian help on a Monday and they're not there, it was a problem. But the compressed work week where there isn't, I guess it's the 4-day work weeks is what drew me to Terrace. And of course, when I arrived there, they said, well, it's for everyone else except senior management. So I went, it's a question I forgot to ask before I went there, right? Anyways, it was absolutely loved by the staff, and we were productive, and it just worked. And what else was I going to say? It's getting late and I'm not as swift as I was earlier, but I think it's something that brings a lot of people to the area. And I think not only on recruitment, but also retention. And I think it's worth a try. I think there's still some research for you to do and which departments and what and when and where. We're not looking at this. Can we change the word adopt to
Trial?
Yeah, trial. Well, you've got that. You've got adopt, a 1-year trial. But it's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen over the next little while. You've still got a bit of research to go on it.
Yeah. Yeah. Approve the, yeah.
Well, approve is the same as adopt. It doesn't.
Anything's going to change no matter what. With that word.
The 1-year trial, I think, if you can assure us too that an evaluation will be done at 6 months, rather than waiting the full year.
Do you want quarterly?
I would like that. I'd like to add that to the resolution that nobody's adopted yet. So if we can make sure that there's evaluation at 6 months in there.
There you go.
And I've watched with a really close eye staff burning out throughout the last 2.5 years, and you're still coming to work and working your buns off. And I know how hard staff works, and I know how much more productive we have been in these last 4 years than we were in any time frame beforehand. So I know that the staff I've gotten to know are professionals who are here to not only for our benefit, but for your own benefit. You also want to thrive in the position you're in. And that is shown. The team as a whole is just do it. Go do it. And it gets done. I don't know how it gets done, but it gets done. And it's nice to see. And I think if there's a need for a different structure, then I am supporting it wholeheartedly. So that is my position. We still don't have a motion. Before I take your words, can we have a motion? Is that what you're waving for? Just be quiet until we have the motion? Is that? I've heard you now.
So the mayor's addition of a 6-month evaluation. There, okay. So I'd like to move the council can adopt a 1-year pilot for the City Hall to extend its opening hours with a compressed work week and an interior evaluation at the 6-month level. I don't know if that's the right word.
Okay. And it's open for debate. I've already debated. I thought we were finished.
So yeah, I'll speak to it, that I think it's just a really valuable tool that we can try to implement. There may be some glitches with it, and the community may wonder a little bit, but I think that's where some leadership from council can make a huge difference, that this is a positive change that we are hoping will attract and retain our valued employees. And I can't see why anybody would actually turn it down, but I'm sure there are going to be glitches with the union contracts and the whole bit. But even so, I think it's well worth going for. I'm excited about it. It's almost enough to make me want to run for council again.
Too late. Councillor Fair.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no doubt that this will result in all of the benefits that have been discussed here from personal experience, and all of the ample evidence that shows that this is the way to go and the way of the future. And whatever glitches or difficulties are encountered can either be worked through, or we have a plan to reconsider after a certain timeline. So I think there's very little risk, and I think it's important to remember that you know, the voices of dissent don't represent the evidence, and they don't represent the entire community. So we have to expect those to hear those voices no matter what decision we make. So I definitely support this.
Councillor Richard.
Well, I think with the evolving and changing times, we have to evolve the work. We can try things if we want to try to adapt and retain people with different measures. So I support it, and I just laugh to think about council night Tuesdays will be a paranoia, you know, for those starting at getting off at 5:45 if they have to be at this council meeting, which could run till 11 p.m. No, hopefully that never happens.
Zero change. Difference is
Zero change. 15 minutes. I mean, I'm not laughing at you thinking about it.
Yes, you are.
You know, just because you see me smiling and giggling in the corner doesn't mean that I find it funny, but I think it's a positive change. As Kurt points at me that he'll have to run for council again in 2026. Thank you.
Your Worship, can I add one other comment?
Yes.
We collectively agree with what's been saying here. I do want to highlight a risk at this stage that I think will inevitably come up, and it's going to be in relation to Monday meetings with external parties, is where we're going to feel the pain from this the most. If you've got folks that are coming up, they were here for the weekend, you know, they're wanting to have an economic development meeting on Monday at 10. We're gonna have to work through some of these challenges, and it's the external parties that are gonna feel it. Transactionally, I think it's gonna actually be a net benefit. I think it'll be really a positive thing. And once certain people realize that, hey, I can set up a meeting with City Hall at 5 o'clock at night once I'm done work, I think that they'll realize some of the benefits there. But a lot of the professionals that are working, let's say you've got an engineer that they want to have a meeting, they're not gonna want to meet with you at 5 o'clock. As a city staffer, they're done work by that time. They want to set it up for another time. So we are probably going to lose a period of time that we would have had on Monday where external parties are going to want to meet. But the advantage is, and I think you're going to find it's going to be a strong advantage, is the odds of those hours being, except for the customer service, public facing staff, being highly productive for report preparation and other things where quite often we don't have that time. I think it's going to result in a much higher quality of work to offset the loss of meeting time.
Part of the communication plan, right? That's the community part of it.
And my hope is that it stops the flow out of staff. So I know we've had a huge turnover in the last little while, and many departments were short, and every one of you were working 2, 3, and 4 jobs, especially when you were trying to give each other vacation throughout the whole. I mean, there were times when you'd wonder, well, okay, what are they doing today? I mean, it was funny, but it wasn't funny. I mean, I have a lot of respect for this team, and I think you work well together, and I'd like to see that continue. Just saying. So we've got a motion on the floor and no other comments. So I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So I was going to say one more, but there's still more. Okay, so the TNRD planning agreement that Ms. Sidilkova had gone over with us, we just need a motion to have staff. You've got it for me, I hope?
Yes, Your Worship. So, as you say, this is the item that Ms. Sidilkova from the TNRD introduced earlier as item 6.2. So, I think having heard her speak and had the opportunity to ask her questions, our proposed resolution would be that the City of Merritt renews the regional planning agreement with the Thompson-Nicola Regional District as attached, and that the Mayor and Corporate Officer be authorized to sign on behalf of the City.
Second.
Etchart, Luck. Anyone want to speak to this? All in favor? Opposed? None? And notices of motion.
I have one.
Okay.
It came out of an earlier discussion, and I'd like to make a notice motion that Council direct staff to review and report to Council on the full financial impact of the permissive tax exemptions bylaw as currently written. We'll get some clarity around that.
Okay.
It's not more like a motion, but you get like a... Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other? Okay, reports from council and CAO.
Who's going to report on the UBCM?
Councillor Richard.
We had a great week last week at UBCM, and our ministerial meetings went really well, thanks to the staff preparing their fabulous reports. We had compliments with some of the documents put together that I think it was Minister Rankin who said that the submission was one of the best that he had seen. So that was a nice compliment to have. So thank you very much.
Any other reports from council? Well, I know I too, well, we're all in the same ministers' meetings, and they were productive. I also had a presentation on a panel on the lessons from local government on atmospheric rivers. And I was pretty nervous going into it because it was about a 20-minute presentation. So it, I don't know if they heard me, but they did see the video in back. And that was the videos that Mr. Lawis had taken. Videos? No, they were not drone. Is that what you call it? Drone video? Just drone footage? Okay. And many people came up to me afterwards and said they didn't realize the extent of our damage. And it was eye-opening for the rest of the province, and I was pleased, and I was very pleased to have that as a background. So thank you, Greg. And most of the comments were on the first 18 days, that what we were looking at in that first 18 days to get the first batch of individuals back in City Hall, and it was I liked doing it. It was good for me. Seeing anybody else? What about any deputy mayoral duties? Nothing. And no information items, Mr.
Sorry, Your Worship, I just felt that we should note in the records of Council that, so an item that the City of Merritt has taken to Silga and then with the intent of going to UBCM twice in the last 2 years, successfully passed the UBCM resolution session this time, having been already endorsed by Silga, which is the request that we've had from Merritt residents on multiple years to look at alterations to the Motor Vehicle Act to enable Merrittonians who own off-road vehicles to use them in an attempt to help their neighbours with snow clearing. And so that was adopted by UBCM, noting that whereas heavy snowfall can render streets and sidewalks impassable, be it resolved, the provincial government and RCMP work with local governments to develop transparent and consistent frameworks allowing the on-road use of off-road vehicles within a prescribed permit-specific area for the purpose of clearing snow.
And I have to let you know that that was, what, second to the last?
It was NR 61. Resolution 61.
Well, it was one of the last ones on the docket, and it was it? Yeah, okay. But we got it through. Yeah. Thank you, and that's important enough to have brought to the public. So we are now terminating the meeting. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.